rest of it's retained by us, the people, and the states we live in. But we do give the government some very narrow authority concerning some specific areas, and one of them is immigration and immigration enforcement. The Attorney General of New Jersey, Jennifer Davenport, who clearly needs to go back to school, is citing New Jersey privacy laws as the reason for not turning over these documents. Well, again, the federal government, via the Supremacy Clause, because immigration enforcement is something they have plenary control over, they absolutely have the right to get this information. It trumps New Jersey privacy law, pun definitely intended there, by the way. So, again, you have to wonder, Dan, although I don't think you have to think too hard, what is it that New Jersey is trying to hide? What is Josh Shapiro and over Pennsylvania trying to hide? What they're trying to hide is their sanctuary policies. They're the worst in Jersey, obviously, have created a second layer to our society where we have millions of illegal aliens that are living here, getting in accidents, ending up in the voter rolls. In New Jersey, they're ending up in our jury pool. And they've completely undermined the foundations of our society. And all the Trump administration is doing is saying, hey, listen, we have a right to examine this to see what's going on, and they're obstructing it. Why are they obstructing it? It's because they want it to continue.
17 fatal crashes resulting in 30 deaths in 2025, man.
It's bad.
You'd think they take it seriously, but if you're just joining us, YouTube, a little bit of a late start there. We're talking about the CDL situation. Attorney generals in leftist states suing the Department of Transportation after the Department of Transportation asked for access to the rolls of who's driving what with their CDLs. That being that there's personal information, states are trying to push back. It's really just an anti-Trump move. Oh, you can't do that. But everybody knows that we should be seeing, the federal government should see the rolls of who's driving trucks around here. It seems like commonplace. Sean Duffy, Secretary of Transportation, did join Laura Ingraham and directly address this issue. This is what he had to say.
The DOT, we are entitled to get all of the DMV files from all of the states. It goes back to the 80s. I've asked all the states to provide that information to me. As you mentioned, 22 states, liberal states, have sued me to make sure I can't get that information because they know that we're going to take illegals off American roads. And so what's happening here is you have these liberal states actually siding with an illegal truck driver over the safety of an American citizen. It shows how perverse these radical leftists have become. And all we're trying to do, listen, there's a great debate happening on immigration. You and I share the same opinion with President Trump. This is basic safety, making sure that your roads are safe.
I'm with him. Basic safety.
Duffy's a Jersey guy, too.
Yeah.
So he knows. He knows the consequences of illegal alien policies that are designed to shield those that broke into our country or overstayed their visas. And I mean, look, I was just in Ocean County this week, and there was a illegal alien out there who pled guilty. It was a drinking driving accident, killed a mother in Lakewood, New Jersey. It's happening everywhere all the time, and these states continue to prioritize non-citizens over those of us who are legally present and pay the taxes and are Americans. And the one damn thing, Dan, we all used to agree on is that government exists to protect us, right? We should all be able to agree on and illegal invaders, but apparently we can't even find common ground there anymore.
It's nuts. It's absolutely ridiculous. And you would think just something as obvious as this would be something that everyone could get on board with. But again, it's just let's shove it to Trump as much as we can. One more clip from Sean Duffy here.
We've taken 26,000 vehicles out of service because the drivers don't speak English. We've taken 30,000 drivers off the roads because their licenses were illegally issued. We have partnered with ICE. We're doing sting operations over 2-day periods of time over multiple states. So we were in Iowa, Illinois, Indiana, and Ohio. We took 800 people off the road. And so what's happening is if you look back, there were people who were self-deporting. That's right, but we did it with ICE, with Mark Wayne Mullen and I partnered on this.
Yeah.
We have people getting off the roads because they know we're coming for them. And we are not going to stop. President Trump is going to do everything he can to make sure when Americans go to Walmart or they go to church on Sunday, they go and they go safe.
think it's fair. I mean, good bravo, Trump administration, for trying to figure out something that's gotten way out of control. I don't know how we found ourselves here. It's absolutely ridiculous that we can't even trust it. Matt, I don't know. When you're on the highway on 76 and you're coming up on one of these trucks, do you hesitate passing them now, not knowing whether or not you can trust the driver?
Well, I mean, first and foremost, how do we find ourselves here? We found ourselves here because the Democrat Party wanted us to be here. They made a calculation a long time ago that if they could get all of these illegal aliens into the country and promise them free crap, that they would become lifetime Democrat voters, right? That's why I keep pointing out 2018, New Jersey, motor voter was implemented, automatic registration. 1 year later, they gave them licenses. Was it a coincidence? Absolutely not. But yeah, damn right. I mean, I know people in New Jersey who have gotten in accidents with illegal aliens that don't have insurance. And when I'm driving on our roads in the Garden State, I'm extra careful because they've created Wild West conditions out there on purpose in order to steal elections. We just have to say it because, and as we're going to talk to our friend Assemblyman Bob Auth about in a little bit, the evidence keeps pouring in, which validates what I just said. It's not some tinfoil hat conspiracy. Sanctuary statehood is tied to Democrats trying to rig elections, and in order to rig the elections, they're fine putting you and your family in danger. It's ridiculous, Dan, what you said, but it should also start ticking people off if they're not angry already.
That it should. Hey, we got a break. Bob Auth coming up. Dan Borowski, producer Dan, Matt Rooney in for Dawn Sensland today. We'll come back and get some more. Talk about illegals on the voter rolls over in New Jersey and in our liberal states nationwide. Stick with us, 855-839-1210, and get involved. YouTube.com/@1210WPHT. Go join us.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10.
There's also different clientele at a casino Tuesday morning at 10 a.m. versus 2 a.m. on a Friday night. If you don't have money in your pocket, you shouldn't be allowed in a casino because so many people just loiter there, make it a bad experience for other people that are trying to have some fun with their disposable income. I'm always amazed by a 65-year-old grandmother who can sit at a slot machine for hours and just keep pulling the lever.
Yep.
It blows me away.
Look, they have buses from this area
I
that take
know.
senior citizens early in the morning.
You don't have to go to Atlantic City. You go to parks.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Bob Pusick. I started with Crash Proof in 2019. To all my friends and neighbors, now it might be a good time for you to take what you've made on the market and put it in something that's more secure. It's very important when you get to our age to have some guarantee. Social Security is no guarantee, and most companies don't give pensions anymore. With the Crash Proof system, I average around 5 to 6% per year. I'm still living off the interest. My principal has not changed. Matter of fact, it's grown. I can start planning now for exactly what I need next year, like traveling or repairs for the house. And I can do all this planning because I know I'm going to be making money next year. Even if the cost of living goes up, you can still afford to do what you want to do and know it is not going to be dependent on the market. You can't be more secure than that.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club on Tuesday, August 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
The Birds are back, and another championship run starts now. Don't just watch the season, be part of it. Hit the road with thousands of fellow fans and take over the opposing stadium. Fans of Philly has road trips available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, London, and more. Every trip includes airfare, game tickets, and an exclusive pre-game party. Book your seat today with the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network at fansofphilly.com. That's fanswithap.com.
While the sun's out and the summer's in full swing, Kitchen Magic wants to help you fall back in love with your kitchen. We've been a family-owned business right here in Nazareth since 1979. And for over 45 years, quality and craftsmanship have been our promise. This summer only, 40% off installation with flexible financing options for every budget. Don't wait for someday. Visit kitchenmagic.com and let's build something beautiful together.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be afraid of the IRS any longer. End your tax nightmare today by visiting us online at TRA.com or call 800-575-9834. That's 800-575-9834. Tax Relief Advocates. Real solutions for real people.
Finding your next home starts with American Heritage Credit Union's MyCU Home Connection program. Buyers and sellers gain access to exclusive savings, like a 20% cash reward. Enjoy lower rates and a variety of terms. Refinancing options are also available. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/home connection to apply for a free pre-approval today. Insured by the NCUA, Equal Housing Opportunity. Not a member? Join today. NMLS 433838.
Onyx, I keep having stomach issues. Please make me a doctor's appointment.
Okay. Are you suffering from diarrhea, bloating, gas, or oily stools? If so, you may want to ask your doctor if it could actually be a problem with your pancreas, called exocrine pancreatic insufficiency, or EPI.
My pancreas? How is EPI treated?
A prescription medicine like Creon, pancrelipase, is used to treat people who can't digest food normally because their pancreas doesn't make enough enzymes. Creon is the #1 prescribed treatment for EPI.
Creon may increase your chance of fibrosing colonopathy, a rare bowel disorder. Tell your doctor if you have a history of intestinal blockage or scarring or thickening of your bowel wall, if you are allergic to pork, or if you have gout, kidney problems, or worsening of painful swollen joints. Call your doctor if you have any unusual or severe gastrointestinal symptoms or allergic reactions. Take Creon as directed by your doctor and always with food. Do not chew capsules, as this may cause mouth irritation. Other side effects may include blood sugar changes, gas, dizziness, sore throat, and cough. These are not all the side effects of Creon. You can learn more at 1-800-633-9110.
Before your appointment, visit creoninfo.com. That's CREON info.com.
Pet parents, there are many sources to buy your pet food these days. But at Dogs and Cats Rule, we take special care in selecting our brands based on quality of ingredients, company transparency, and science-based nutrition. Coming into a Dogs and Cats Rule store with a dietary issue, we can help select the proper food. The best part of the visit is the shopping experience. That's Dogs and Cats Rule with 7 locations. For information online, visit dogsandcatsrule.pet. Dogs and Cats Rule. Shop small, shop local, shop family.
Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. Always live on the free Odyssey app. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Live and local from Philadelphia. The Dawn Stensland Show on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
Yeah, there it is, Dan, back on the Dawn Stensland Show. Dan Borowski, producer Dan, in for Dawn with Matt Rooney. And let's try this live, Matt. Are you still getting that loop back? Talk for me.
Let's see. Can I hear myself? Very.
We're having trouble.
It's
here.
like to be schizophrenic. Like I could kind of hear a voice in my head. I'm like the Green Goblin from Spider-Man.
Where is this coming from, man? I love when this kind of stuff happens. Maybe if I turn... Well, now you can't hear me. So that's not good. Okay, well,
you know whose fault this is. So we were, as you know, on Kale & Company right before we came on air, and Stocker was giving us praise for how much he enjoyed yesterday's show, which is very unnerving because we all know that's not Greg's style, and he even made that point, and now we've been sabotaged.
Yeah, it looks like that. Are you still getting that feedback?
No, I can't hear myself now.
Okay, that's weird, man.
I think we're better.
Yeah, no, it looks like it is. I can see your levels. Yeah, in some inside baseball. Let's get this show going. So let's get back to it. I had a story for the Big Three for you guys that you didn't cover, and I'm kind of disappointed about it. There's a hairball that's gone loose in New York. Have you seen this, Matt?
I have not.
Okay, New Yorkers, a bizarre sight this week. Take a watch.
There's this giant, and by giant, I mean giant ball of hair rolling around the streets of New York. It happens to be in front of me right now. You're probably as confused as I was when I first saw it, so let me explain what's going on here. This ball is, yes, made of actual human hair, and a lot of it.
This is about 415 to 830 million hairs that New Yorkers lose literally every day.
People are calling the ball tumble hair, and not only did it go viral on social media, but people out and about were sure to stop and take photos with it.
I'm debating how close I should get to this or touch it. That's probably not a good idea.
So, what's the giant hairball actually for? It's part of a marketing stunt from a hair care company. Thanks to tumble hair, people are at least a little more curious about their scalp health.
Stunts. That's probably why they didn't do it in the Big Three.
That has to smell.
Can you imagine just the amount of
No.
sweat that you can smell on that thing? It's disgusting. Probably as sweaty as this guy, Minneapolis Mayor Mayor Fry. People watch. Embarrassingly dancing here.
Ooh, that's how you keep your rhythm. Ooh.
So what you see there, youtube.com/@1210WPHT, is Minneapolis Mayor Jacob Fry, who's now getting roasted after this video came out showing him dancing at the Black Entrepreneur State Fair, the event which ran in August 9th until tomorrow, showcases black businesses, but he shows up and tries to show these moves, Matt, and it's pretty bad there.
Moves on the dance floor, but that's one I've never seen before.
Yeah, you wanna move like that?
I don't think I could move like that.
No. Okay, let's get into the meat of it. Alt will be joining us soon. That's why there's kind of weirdness going on. And there's also a lot of snafus technologically going on, which is great to do when you're alone.
It's the deep state.
But let's go to JD Vance making a big announcement yesterday. Hospitals profiting from pediatric gender medicine. One local hospital being named in the review. Department of Health and Human Services. JD Vance here alongside RFK announces a new 64-page report. This is the Wolves in White Coats. Allegedly, financial incentives help drive the expansion of gender-related medical treatments for minors, and some providers may have used questionable insurance codes to secure coverage. Let's hear from JD Vance here. Take a watch.
Hey, everybody. This is Vice President JD Vance. I'm here with my friends and colleagues, of course, our great Health and Human Services Secretary, Robert F. Kennedy Jr., and Admiral Brian Christine, the Assistant Secretary for Health. Parents bring their children to doctors because they trust them. They trust doctors to tell them the truth, and they trust hospitals to put their children ahead of ideology and profit. But when that trust gets violated, parents deserve to have a government that will stand up for them and for their kids and do something about it. Today, the Trump administration is proud to announce we're doing exactly that.
Today, HHS released Wolves in White Coats, a report examining pediatric gender medicine and insurance building across America. The findings raise serious questions about what families were told, what insurers were told, and how these procedures were built.
Today, Secretary Kennedy and I referred hospitals and clinics identified by this review to the Department of Justice and the HHS Inspector General for possible violations of federal law. These allegations are crazy, and they demand investigation. When children may have been harmed and families misled, it's on those of us in power to find the truth and to seek justice for kids who are harmed by these doctors.
We'll get more from JD here in a sec, but HHS claims analysis found approximately $50 million in puberty blocker claims for patients aged 9 to 17. Billed under unspecified endocrine disorder diagnoses, along with nearly $11 million involving patients aged 13 to 17 coded for precocious puberty. Vance and Secretary Kennedy have now referred providers identified in the report to the DOJ and HHS Inspector General for investigation. Here's more from our guy, JD.
Under the previous administration, my predecessor, Richard Levine, promoted what he called gender-affirming care for minors, and there's nothing caring about that. These are sex-rejecting, mutilating, transgender procedures promoted by the Biden administration, and thanks to President Trump's leadership, we're changing course. The Wolves in White Coats report, issued by my office at HHS, examines a medical system that subjected children to profound interventions while serious questions remained about evidence, about informed consent, and about financial incentives. The report found more than 225 hospitals and health systems established pediatric gender programs nationwide where they preyed on vulnerable children and told families that their kids needed life-altering medical treatments when what they really needed was compassion and counseling.
So many of these people got rich, not by doing what was good for the patient, but by actually mutilating these kids. It was disgraceful. And if someone broke the law, we are going to hold them accountable.
If the medical establishment failed children, we will confront that failure and restore the sacred duty to do no harm.
Seems like there's so much going on in this administration, just so much good happening. But bringing it local now, Matt, the declaration and the report cites that between 2017 and 2024, nearly 250 minors were first diagnosed where? At Children's Hospital of Pennsylvania, or at CHOP affiliate, with central precocious puberty at age 10 or older, including teenagers ages 14 to 18. CHOP also appears in the report's nationwide claims appendix. Your thoughts on this whole thing there, Matt?
Once again, and I think it's important to remember that this is happening in the backdrop or with the backdrop of what Massachusetts did this week, right? Which is their governor signed a bill allowing abortion to occur up until the moment the child emerges from the birth canal. So we're talking about a fully cooked 40-week-old child, right, is now able to be killed by mom in Massachusetts if mom decides that life is dispensable. What is it about the Democrat Party in 2026 that they've become this collection of ghouls, right? They're willing to experiment on children for money, right? And they're padding Big Pharma's pockets in the process. They're willing to let someone kill a child that if anybody's ever had a sonogram, I have kids, you have a kid, right? You've seen them. By the time they're only several weeks old, sometimes you can see them sucking their thumb, right? Yeah. When you go to the doctor for the checkup. They're willing to allow that to happen for votes. Again, they've convinced someone that's their right in order to create a wedge issue in the electorate. So I view these issues as all being interconnected, my man. The Democrat Party is sick. I think it's ironic that they are constantly accusing Republicans of being Nazis. There's a lot of problems with that comparison, but one of them is I don't see us being the ones for advocating for this Mengele-like behavior. Call it what it is. Giving a young boy or a young girl puberty blockers because you have some completely subjective idea that maybe they want to be a different gender when they grow up, as if that was possible. That's not wrong. That's not a violation of medical ethics. That is evil. It's a damn war crime. And as you said a minute ago, thank God the Trump administration is doing something about it. I don't think they're getting enough credit for what they're doing about it. They're the only ones standing up for our children in this country.
Here's some from Maura Healey. That's Maine's governor here.
I promise that no matter what Donald Trump or Republicans in Congress or the Supreme Court does,
Massachusetts governor,
we're going to continue to make sure that women and families have access to the health care that they need right here in Massachusetts. We're going to make sure that women in particular are able to make their own health care decisions, not the government. Now, the law that I sign is against the context of the moment that we're in and the time in this country. We know that protecting abortion access and reproductive health care has been under fire. We saw it when the Supreme Court overturned Roe and the Dobbs decision back in 2022, the first time a court has ever taken away a right that was given. We've seen it as Donald Trump and Republicans in Congress continue to pass anti-abortion legislation, including extreme abortion bans. Today, 1 in 3 women in America live in a state with an abortion ban. President Trump's new Attorney General, Todd Blanche, over the weekend said that overturning Roe v. Wade should be made, quote, permanent in every state.
It's
chilling, right? You see these women, these ghouls clapping like seals behind her after she made those remarks, Dan. And the part that I find about leftism that's so damn disturbing, as a parent, you're supposed to feel a natural connection to not only your children, but also children generally, and you're supposed to feel protective of them. It's the most natural of all human impulses, and leftism beats this out of people. It's not normal for a woman, somebody that's supposed to have a maternal instinct, to be psyched about killing kids. But they are. It's a kind of cultural insanity that we haven't seen in this country, in this world to some degree, in my lifetime or your lifetime. And we just got to continue to speak out against it. And look, I know some of you are going to gripe about this Trump administration perceived failure, or in this area that you think the president should be stronger. We were talking about it a minute ago. Besides paving roads and maintaining a military, the one thing we should all agree on is government exists to protect those that can't defend their own constitutional rights. And this is a wonderful example. These kids can't speak up for themselves, that are having medical professionals, air quotes, preying on them, shoving puberty blockers down their throat. A 36-year-old or 36-week-year-old baby can't speak up for itself, so government needs to. So God bless the Trump administration for doing it. Long overdue.
Let me ask you this, though. I mean, we saw abortion become a pivotal issue with Mastriano here in Pennsylvania and such. We're now going down a similar path of abortion becoming a top issue heading into a midterm, and I would assume heading into a presidential after that.
Right.
Do we as conservatives lose votes by even just talking about this topic, or do you think there's a potential winner? I mean, I feel like society has kind of turned a corner, particularly with the trans issues, with the kids. I think that's a political winner. But when it comes to like Maura Healey and all, do you think moderates hear us when we say, hey, this is BS, this is evil?
Not, but we're not confronting it in direct terms like you and I are right now, my man. Like, you know, when conservatives go out there and deliver these tepid statements on abortion that I support the culture of life and here's the exceptions, it's people's eyes glaze over. They've heard it a million times before. We also allow the left to put us on defense as if we're the ones that have to defend something extreme. There's nothing extreme about suggesting, for example, that, you know what, regardless of what you think about abortion, by the time you get to that second trimester, it's a fully cooked baby. There is no possible scientific rationale for suggesting that that child isn't viable and shouldn't have the full protections of the law. Why are we the ones having to defend our position? We got to go on offense. We have to talk about this in plain terms, and we have to frame this for what it is. It is the human rights issue of our time. A 36-week-old baby, the only thing that's separating it from you or me is a thin uterine lining. It's sophistry. It's clearly not part of a woman's body. It's not her finger. It's not her foot. It's a human. It has its own brain. It feels pain. It's thinking. It's hungry. It gets sad. It gets happy. It gets scared. It should be protected. So I think, Dan, long answer to short question, I think it can be a winning issue if we learn to talk about it differently, more accurately, more directly. But I'll tell you what, too, as a parent, I don't give a damn anymore, right? If it costs us votes, I don't think it would. But if we don't exist to stand up for these kids, then what the hell are we doing? You know, if it's just about fighting for lower tax rates, as important as that is, what are we doing this for, right? We might as well just move to a lower tax state and wait it out until the leftists destroy New Jersey and Pennsylvania and then follow us down there. We're just delaying the battle. So if this is the hill we got to die on, I'm ready to go.
It's a very interesting conversation because now we're seeing even the conversation around abortion turn on a national scale. TMZ even covering this story now. They have no option not to, and this is going to be a huge story. I'm telling you that everyone's going to be talking about this soon. So Alaska,
the buzz is already out there. It's you and I were talking about it earlier. It's all over X.
Is it? Good. I'm happy it's getting the attention it deserves because, as you say, this is one of those stories that I think should be highlighted because it's shocking because you hear the left often talk about the importance of women's bodily autonomy, but now we have a woman who wants to keep a baby being told she can't because of a contract, and the left's like, oh yeah, she signed a contract. She's got to abort the baby. What am I talking about? Alaskan nurse McKenna West was serving as a gestational surrogate for a California California couple when her baby was diagnosed around 20 weeks with hypoplastic left heart syndrome, that being a severe congenital condition that requires major heart surgeries shortly after birth. The parents were told that there would be 3 surgeries, at least 3 surgeries. West said the intended parents then pressured her to terminate the pregnancy. While the couple says she initially agreed with that decision before changing her mind, they also disputed claims that they ever intended to deny the baby life-saving treatment after birth. So this all goes crazy. What happens then is West, this surrogate mother, flees to Texas, where the law is this clause in the contract that says the couple can decide to terminate the baby. No. It's up to the surrogate mother whether she wants to keep the baby in her belly or not. So essentially what happened is McKenna West says, hey, this baby's sick. I'm a nurse. I can't have you reach into me and kill this child in my stomach. I think it's as simple as that, right? And now you have the left coming to the defense of the surrogate parents saying, well, she signed a contract. And I got to say, it's hilariously ironic because we were talking about this again off air. Over and over again, you saw protesters wear Handmaid's Tales outfits, which is a fictional story about essentially women being knocked up by couples carrying their child and letting the couple have full control over this woman. And they're like, oh, we don't want to be Handmaid's Tales. Where now they have the real life Handmaid's Tale, and they're like, nah, she signed a contract. It's BS, man. Your thoughts?
Yeah, they can't find their Halloween costumes when there's actually something this dastardly afoot, right? They can only find them when it's time for performative virtue signaling. And look, this is, by the way, for my fellow attorneys out there, I mean, this is Contracts 101. A contract is not valid if its terms are unconscionable. I can't make, thank God, due to the 13th Amendment in this country, a contract with you, Dan, to make you my indentured servant, right? You can't have a contract which terms dictate that a human life needs to be extinguished. Can't do it. So this should be an easy one. But, and we were talking a little bit about this earlier before we went on air, Dan. This one scares me because the C word gets thrown around more and more often these days. And I'm not talking about the one that would get us fined by the FCC. I'm using the term civil war. And I pray I never see one in my lifetime. But the left is doing more and more every day to try to fray the edges of our republic to keep us tied together and keep us united. And for my fellow history nerds, what does this smack of? This is their attempts to try to force this woman back to a state where her baby is going to be murdered. It smacks of the Fugitive Slave Act.
Well, I gotta clarify
of the
now.
mid-19th century.
Now, there's another wrinkle to this now because the baby has been born. The baby was initially scheduled to be born in September, but it came premature. So now the baby was born 2 days ago, and it's been sent to the care of the surrogate parents. The surrogate parents filed a restraining order against McKenna West, so that gave them full custody of the child. So now the question becomes, what happens if they don't decide to give, care to they wanted to abort, they wanted to terminate this baby. So if they don't give the correct care, if they don't pay for the surgeries, are they held liable for murder? I mean, well, hold on. Before we
imagine growing up with somebody that wanted you dead.
That too.
And it's not some random story you're going to hear about from your uncle at some point, right? Like it's all over the internet. It's forever that your parents wanted you dead. I'm laughing, but I'm not laughing because it's funny. It's because it's a release valve when you feel as disgusted as I am.
Yeah.
And I know that most of the listeners are.
Here's McKenna West.
This couple I was carrying the baby for had decided that they wanted me to terminate the pregnancy. I was really upset and emotional. Based on the contract that I had gone into, I knew that not agreeing to this would lead to large financial risks. I could be responsible for paying everything back, which wasn't something I could do and was a huge part of why I felt I had no other option. Who am I as a single mom to go into legal battle or find lawyers? Like, I don't have the means to do that. And so I really didn't know what to do. And it was just a horrible, trapped feeling to be like, this is my body and I absolutely don't want to go through this. I would be the one signing the consent papers at the abortion clinic, and I didn't think that I could live with myself.
And what's crazy about this, we were watching TMZ Live last night, and even Harvey was like, yeah, like this is horrible for this woman, McKenna. And there's a turning tide, and TMZ is very left. And you can see on the faces of these TMZ reporters that he loves to bounce things off of. They're kind of like, oh, crap, like, this is not a good case for our narrative. So how do we frame this in a way that, still kind of protects the leftist narrative? I think what has to become of this is leftists have to admit that there is nuance to this debate. And, you have a mother here who wants to keep a child and is being told no by some other individuals. But where does the DNA of the child would be that of the parents. So do the parents, it's all such a funky situation that it's now becoming national headlines outside of just conservative radio. So to Matt's point, I think this does kind of reframe the debate a bit. But Matt, it's just a whole crazy situation, huh?
It's a crazy situation, and also, I have to say it, if you are a 2024 Trump voter that's thinking about staying home this year because you're angry that the Senate didn't get the SAVE Act done, if you have mixed feelings about Iran, if you have some other beef with the Trump administration, look, particularly when it comes to the United States Senate, I hear you. The fact that they went home without getting the SAVE Act done, it makes me angrier than I can possibly put into words, at least without getting the station fined by the FCC. But you got to vote this year because there's no gray anymore, right? We are running in many places against demons. Jack Kennedy, Bill Clinton, 1992, is not on the ballot anymore. These people are beasts, and we need to defeat them at the polls. If you allow them to win key races in Pennsylvania, in New Jersey, capture the U.S. House of Representatives, the Senate, this tragedy that Dan and I are talking about right now, or at least near tragedy, halfway across the country, is going to play out with increased frequency in all 50 states. You can't let it happen. Shelf your pride, put your feelings aside, keep the country in the right hands and build on it. And we can hold our own party accountable. That needs to happen. But you can't stay home this year if you're as aggravated and upset and disgusted by this story as I am.
Very well said, Matthew. Let's go down to South Carolina where our buddy David in South Carolina sits. Dave, what you got today?
Hey, thanks for having me on real quick here. When this subject comes up, my first thought is you're not gonna change people's minds on abortion, right? I mean, people are kind of locked in where they're locked in, but there's three aspects to the liberal argument that can be looked at. First of all, they know they can't demonize. Hey, Dan Borowski wants to make it harder for women to kill a baby. Okay, that's hard to demonize. Oh, Dan Borowski wants to make sure women don't have charge of the health care. Well, oh my gosh, Dan's horrible. So they call it health care when it's not health care. The second part is, like you talked earlier, it's not their body. My body, my choice. Well, it's not your body. The third part they like to come at is, you don't have a right to decide how my human reproductive, process, whatever. Well, we didn't make you go in that activity to have a baby. That we weren't there saying you should engage in sex. The over 99% of abortions are birth control abortions. That's just a real statistic. Pierre was talking about that. If it came to, because we tried to pass a total ban here in South Carolina, no matter what the case is, you can't have an abortion. I said, okay, so if a woman comes in and says she was raped, are you going to file a police report? Are you going to try to find out who did it? Because what's going to happen then is people say, well, if my only option is to say, well, I was raped, oh, guess what? I was raped. Yeah, so now I get to have an abortion. So that's kind of the tricky situation there.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Huh. Yeah, no, it's there's so many questions about this conversation that still persist to this day that I think this is one of many cases to come that, I don't know, Matt, is this something that's going to make it over to the Supreme Court, you think?
We'll see. Although, I got to say, I understand what Dave is saying, but I don't think that we should give up on changing people's minds. I mean, you're right. Some 25-year-old female graphic designer that has had her head polluted by her college professors, right? And this is all she gives a damn about. I agree. Like, you might as well talk to a brick wall. But this is why I say I think that we need to generally, not just this topic, all topics, be comfortable making more emotional arguments. I always think back to one of my favorite examples of this, Uncle Tom's Cabin, Which, what did that do? It didn't advance a legal argument. It put in stark terms for people that didn't know how brutal slavery was, exactly how awful it was. Apparently, Queen Victoria read Uncle's Tom Cabin and wept because it had moved her so, and it began to change minds. So this isn't me saying Dave isn't on to something here. It's simply pointing out that I do think that there are young men and young women in this country, especially all of those that are going back to churches. There's been a little bit of a revival in recent years. I think we need to speak to them in stark terms about what is actually happening and shock their conscience a little bit. We could do it. I do believe we can make some progress.
Yeah. You know, one thing I would love to do down here, because I've been to the Planned Murderhood facility, because I got some friends that go down and I don't say protest, but they're there to give women an option. They have resources for them and everything. My idea is to put up a billboard right by every one of these facilities with some quotes by their founder. You know, the black population needs to be exterminated. They're human weeds, useless eaters. Say, this is the facility you're championing. Do you realize that? This is what she thought of black people. I mean, I know it's kind of rude to do that.
It's 100% correct. Margaret Sanger was as bad, or I should say as severe of a racist as the worst Nazis. It was all about controlling the black population. So, hell yeah, man. I think you're onto something there.
All right. Thanks a lot, guys. Thanks for having me on.
I love that accent. I wish we had a cool accent like the South.
What, you don't like the South Philly O?
No.
Poke, hoagie?
Hoagies. You want to get some hoagies?
It doesn't do it for you?
No, it doesn't. I've been watching. All right, so you know what? I should mention this. I've been watching Tires because yours truly is actually in it. I made the cut of Netflix's new Shane Gillis season of Tires. So if you want to see yours truly on the silver screen, I guess, or the what is the TV called? I don't know.
Everyone around here is becoming a big star, right? Like we were joking about Phil Almquist now has this amazingly well-rated music program here on the weekends, and then, you know, you're showing up on Netflix. Yeah. Zioli's on Fox News. What's going on?
All right, well, what happened here is...
Who's going to be left?
We're part of the...
It's going to be me and Kale.
Us producers are part of the SAG-AFTRA union, and we got a blast saying, hey, you know, Shane Gillis is in town, and he needs some background extras, you know, to do some scenes for the new season of Tires. I was like, hey, why not? You know, let's throw my hat out there. And luckily I was chosen. So if you check out Tires Season 3, Episode number 1, at 19 minutes and 32 seconds, yours truly, Dan Borowski, looks like Sasquatch in the background as he works on a car playing a mechanic. I've been trying to screen cap it, but Netflix has that thing where it like turns your screen black every time you try to take a video. So if you have Netflix yourself, again, go to 19 minutes and 30 seconds into that first episode, and you can see me in the background. It's been a lot of fun this past day as I've gotten hit up a couple times. Like, oh yeah, is that you back there?
Can I ask you a serious question about this? Because I've never acted. What did they tell you? You were fixing a specific thing to try to help you get into character, or they're like, "Hey, just stand there with your back to the camera and move the wrench around"?
So I had to stand in front of a toolbox for most of my doodling around, and then I would have to circle behind the actors. I walk behind the actors as they film their scene and continue working on a car. So my direction that I was given is there was a certain phrase in the script that would tell me to move from that toolbox, fiddling around. And what I was told to do is just, you know, take some of the wrenches and play with them, look at them, make it look like you're trying to find the right wrench. So I find the right wrench, and then on a certain word, I have to walk around the corner, bend down, and start, you know, working on a tire. And really, you see me for a flash. It's nothing special, but a lot of people were asking, and it is out there. So go check it out.
Watch it. Support our man.
I appreciate it. That's Netflix. This is Dan Borowski, Matt Rooney, and for Dawn Stensland. See you on the other side, 855-839-1210 to get involved.
Quiet conditions continue in the forecast through the afternoon. We'll have a mixture of sunshine and clouds. Still hot with a high of around 90 degrees. For tonight, partly cloudy skies with a low of around 72 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And then for Saturday, it stays dry with a mixture of sunshine and clouds, hot but not as humid with a high 88.
Weather sponsored by H&K Group Incorporated.
Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. 80 locations across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K does not discriminate.
You're invited to the Invitation to Lexus Summer Sales Event at Lexus of Cherry Hill. Discover more than an exceptionally crafted vehicle. Experience everything a Lexus makes you feel, from exhilarating performance to inspiring electrification. Explore the redesigned 2026 Lexus IS and the all-new Lexus ES, available in hybrid and electric. Visit the family-owned, veteran-owned, 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Lexus of Cherry Hill. For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com.
For 30 years, nothing controlled my high blood pressure. My doctor, he even said, this is crazy. You're a ticking time bomb.
I was doing research in the field of renal denervation. I brought the procedure to Virtua.
I said, sign me up.
His blood pressure went down significantly.
I was playing hockey again in 3 weeks. It's wonderful, actually.
Virtua Health. Solutions for complex heart conditions. Here for good. Learn more at virtua.org.
Dawn Stensland here. There's a feeling that comes with driving a Mercedes-Benz. A feeling of confidence, craftsmanship, and arriving exactly where you belong during the Mercedes-Benz Welcome Home celebration. Discover exceptional offers on a selection of new vehicles, including the GLC and GLE SUVs. The Welcome Home celebration happening now. Mercedes-Benz of Westchester, Wilmington, and Atlantic City. YazAutoGroup.com, PIAZZA. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Hey, this is Larry Steinhaus with Investor Schooling. Listen, I know sometimes you worry about coming to see me because you don't want to invest in real estate, because you don't want to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants. I'm going to teach you a way that you don't have to deal with toilets, trash, or tenants, or even own any real estate and invest in real estate at the same time. You want to learn this, so go to investorschooling.com. That's investorschooling.com and take a complimentary class this Thursday, and I promise you, no toilets, no trash, no tenants.
Hi, this is Dom Giordano. Many people put off dental treatment for years because of fear, anxiety, or a bad experience. At Bent's Dental Group, your comfort comes first. Dr. Robert Bent, Dr. Emily Bent, board-certified prosthodontists, understand every patient is different. Every treatment plan and every experience is customized to each individual's comfort level. You'll be saying, I wish I hadn't waited so long. Schedule a consultation with Bent's Dental Group and discover how comfortable modern dentistry can be. 610-272-6949.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Summer is in full swing, and Tasty Cake makes it easy to keep everyone's favorite seasonal treats close at hand. The baked peach pie is filled with sweet peach flavor, while lemon cupcakes bring a bright, refreshing touch to backyard gatherings, weekend outings, and busy days on the go. So, the next time you're at your local grocery store, pick up a few for your family, your friends, or yourself. Celebrate every summer moment with Tasty Cake. Tasty Cake, accept no substitutes.
Jim Cipriotti at Retire Ready Financial Group doesn't need Google to know you're worried about retirement. Between inflation, rising taxes, and the uncertainty about Social Security, he understands. That's why he offers a complimentary retirement second opinion. It's a no-obligation meeting for you to talk about your concerns about retirement. You want to know if you're going to be okay? Let's find out. 610-894-7415 or go online, retirereadyfg.com. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, NPN number 2083768.
From Pottstown to Vincenttown, we know your favorite station is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. Always live on the free Odyssey app.
Do I have FOMO today after over and over again? Have I gotten sent footage from last night's amazing concert? Apparently amazing concert between the Foo Fighters, Queens of the Stone Age, Mannequin, P-Word, which I can't say, that uses the same word as the hats that the liberals used to wear. A lot going on in Philadelphia. Great city, the sanctuary city that is Philadelphia. But there's new news.
Sadly.
Matt Rooney.
New news.
Matt Rooney, how you doing, man?
I'm doing well, my friend.
Yeah.
How are you doing?
I'm doing good.
And on this accelerated dawn show.
It is.
Abbreviated.
We got kind of cut short because that long Big Three today. but it's always a pleasure.
We had fun, though. It was a good time.
I love when you guys are all together. It's awesome.
A sanctuary city, yeah!
But I bring up the fact that Philadelphia is a sanctuary city for a reason, because Mark Wayne Mullen just got off of Fox and Friends, and apparently President Trump wants to take it on. It's going to become a new fight. Take a listen.
Wednesday in the Oval Office about what tools do we have to be able to really put pressure on sanctuary cities. And it's crazy to think to enforce them to live by law and order. I mean, you shouldn't have to do that, but this is how radical the Democrat Party has become. We spend most of our time in ICE in these sanctuary cities going after individuals that are illegally in this country that's been released by the state or the city in these sanctuary cities that we have put detainers on. These are rapists. These are child molesters. These are murderers. These are sex traffickers. These are drug cartels. These are gang members. These are terrorists that are terrorizing our community. And in sanctuary cities, they're literally releasing them back onto the streets. And so in this particular case, we've asked the state of California, hey, are you kidding me? Give us this guy back. Let us deport him. But they're refusing. In Colorado, I was in Colorado last week. In Colorado, there was a sheriff there that was being prosecuted by the state, fining him $50,000 because he released an illegal into ICE's custody that was I don't know. I'm trying to figure out if I can actually say what he was being released for, but it was a very serious crime. And the issue that they had is they said it was against state law to participate with federal agents. And you're going, ICE didn't make these laws. ICE is enforcing the laws that Congress is going out there complaining about.
Yeah.
We're simply enforcing the laws that Congress passed. If Congress doesn't like that, then they have the ability to change it. But my men and women that I have the privilege to serve with every single day underneath President Trump's leadership, we're going out there and we're arresting the worst of the worst. 70% of the people we encounter every day have a felony charge or have been charged or have already served time for a felony that we're deporting.
What he's referring to there is the case of Marcos Eduardo Urarte Valdez. He's a 36-year-old guy, and he's the one that killed the retiree out in Martinez, California. And it came out that just one day before the fatal stabbing, he was released pending trial. Because of the sanctuary status. So it's ramping up now. Matt, your thoughts?
Look, the Trump administration is on the right course here, obviously taking on sanctuary jurisdictions around the country. I would encourage them to ramp up their efforts. Not only is it the right thing to do because we have to protect our people. We've talked about that a lot on today's show, right? If government doesn't exist to protect citizens from non-citizens, then I don't know what we have a government for. But I also think it's what their base wants to see right now, right? We want someone to fight back for us against these blue state governors who are thumbing their nose at the Constitution. And what makes Donald Trump so popular with Republicans is he's been the first Republican president of my lifetime to touch those third rails and to say, you know what, the hell with it. I'm not going to play by the Queensberry rules because the left doesn't care about being nice. So you go for it, boys. Come into New Jersey, right? Take on these mayors as you've already begun to. There have to be consequences for this kind of lawlessness, or to Mark Wayne Mullen's point, the left is getting so extreme. What's going to stop them from continuing to veer to the left? I don't think anything. It has to be Trump.
That's a great point. I'm happy to see, again, as you said, Trump taking on such an issue as this, and we'll see where it goes. And I don't know. It seems like things are really heating up over this immigration situation. As you heard in the first hour, the AGs of New Jersey taking on the Trump administration over CDLs, and now we have them kind of going back. So we will see how it develops. Matt Rooney, Dan Borowski, in for the Dawn Stenslin Show, 855-839-1210. We got one more segment left. If you want to get in, offer your thoughts, please give us a ring, 855-839-1210, or hop in the YouTube chat, youtube.com/@1210WPHT. We'll be right back on the other side.
Your mission, should you choose to accept it, is to install a mailbox.
Let's go.
But there's one critical step before digging.
Wait, what?
Call 811 to have utility companies mark their underground lines. Failure to do so will result in catastrophic gas line damage. This message will not self-destruct, but your yard might if you don't contact 811 before you dig. Visit pa1call.org.
Maybe I should have listened to the home message first.
For 50 incredible years, Merrill Reese has been behind the microphone, calling unforgettable game day moments and creating memories for generations of Birds fans. United Tire and Service is proud to congratulate Merrill on this historic milestone and thank him for 5 decades of passion, excitement, and legendary calls. Congratulations, Merrill, from all your friends at United Tire and Service. Don't drive alone, drive United.
We all hear the radio ads about the IRS. They tell you to be afraid, to be scared, and they try to frighten you into calling. I'm not here to do that. Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000, $50,000, or $500,000, we have a solution. It doesn't matter if you're sitting in your car, at work, or with your kids. No matter where you are, call now. 800-575-9834. Don't lose hope. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS.
Generous programs are now available that can give you a fresh start.
Our passion is taxes and helping individuals fix their IRS problems.
We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with the Better Business Bureau.
You don't need to be
Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph. Or visit McCulloughsAutorepair.com.
Hey, John, why so glum?
I just got let go. The company's downsizing. This is the 3rd time in the last 2 years. I'm done with this.
Have you thought about My Computer Career? I've heard they can train you for a career in IT in just a few months, including cybersecurity and the basics of AI. And you don't need prior training or experience. Now that's a recession-resistant career.
Wow, thanks. I'll check them out.
Go to mycomputercareer.edu and take the free career evaluation. mycomputercareer.edu, an Elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Back to school season is here, and Dollar General has everything you need to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation.
Free speech in Philly on Odyssey's #1 talk station. Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Some Gary Clark Jr. there coming together. Matt Rooney, Dan Borowski, in for the Don Stenslin Show. Matt, I got one more thing to ask you, because you, my friend, are a fantastic father, right? I say right, like...
That was awfully nice of you. I'm not used to getting complimented around here.
Yeah, well, I like to...
My usual producer, Short Dan, insults me. They insult me on the morning show on Tuesdays, so...
Well, I'm a nice guy.
You're a nice guy.
I like to think so. Kansas, let's go to Kansas real quick. I don't know if they played this in the morning, but Kansas students are now returning to school under a new policy. And here is some video, Matt. And what you see there's no sound, but what we see are students who are now passing through. Actually, there is sound, so let me get that. One sec for our audio listeners. Maybe not. Okay. Well, there's no sound for this, but what we see here is a security guard at the school who is now checking in each of the students' phones. This is a new phone locker system. It's a big black box that has slots in it, a locked thing that can be wheeled out to the front of the school. And what happens is as students come up, they check in their phone onto a device that the guy is holding in his laptop, and they slide a phone in, it gives them a slot, and the phone stays in there for the entire afternoon for the school, morning and afternoon. I think it's a needed solution. You hear a lot about teachers who can't keep the focus of their students. We often talk about how, technology is doing some disservices to children here on the Dawn Stensland program. But Matt, I want your thoughts as a father. I mean, I now have a little girl. You have two, another on the way. Where are you? How do you raise your child when it comes to technology? Are you full bore like, hey, if they want to play with my cell phone, they can take the cell phone and, look at the screen? Or are you trying to hide the magic of a device's screen to not enchant your child? Or do you allow your kids to use devices? Where do you stand on the whole situation, Matt?
Enchant's the right word, my friend, because anyone that's ever seen a kid that's had too much tablet time or too much TV time, they do get in some kind of trance, and it definitely makes them more likely, the younger ones, to have temper tantrums. I don't know what it does to their brains. I was a poli-sci major, so I'm not qualified to tell you, but it undoubtedly has an effect. So we try to limit it, right? I mean, I don't think it's realistic in the day and age we live in to go cold turkey on technology. They're going to use technology. They have to learn how to use it responsibly. And my 2 cents, that's the key. I think it's teaching them how to use it responsibly. So when they're young, like my kids are young, it's all about structure. Like, yeah, you can watch a couple Blueies after dinner before you go to bed, but we're not going to watch it endlessly. And I put the kibosh on it in the mornings, right? In the morning, you are going to sit at the counter. You're going to have breakfast. You're going to talk to me about your day. If you want to color, if you want to read a book, if we've got time and you want to go play with your toys, that's awesome. But you're going to do something that doesn't detract from your humanity, which is what too much screen time does. So I think that there is a middle road to take here. And I mean, what the hell do I know? Get back to me in 15 years and we'll see how my kids turn out. But I think it's the right approach.
Are you the kind of parent that plans to, there's efforts like wait until 8th, not giving your kid a cell phone until their 8th grade? Or do you plan to hold out? Or do you think you're going to have too much, do you think the kid's going to have too much FOMO and trying to learn technology? It's a line that I didn't expect would be something we had to walk, but you don't want your kid to fall behind in, learning how to use this stuff, but you also don't want them to become addicts and spend their entire lives and, shove a tablet into their hands at Applebee's so they shut up. So I
think they pick it up naturally. I mean, I would like to get my kids some kind of old school cell phone when they get to the point where, before they start driving, when they get to the point where you might drop them off at the movies or something like that, because they need to be able to communicate, right? There's no payphones anymore, right? So they need to have a way to contact you if there's an emergency. But I don't see why you need more than texting until you get to the point when you're on your own. Yeah. You don't need it. Your brain is still developing. Yeah, it's not necessary. And you know what? At some point, I predict, and I think it's already starting to happen with some of the social media platforms, I think it's going to become cool to shun some of this crap, or at least limit your use of it. Because kids, I think, naturally are going to eventually long for that socialization that has been retarded by too much social media, too much technology in their lives.
That's a great point. One of the great places on social media, though, is everythingsavejersey.com. So if you are on social media, make sure to go follow Save Jersey, Facebook, Twitter. Go to savejersey.com, the website itself, where you can find some great articles on New Jersey, penned or edited by the guy we're speaking with, Matt Rooney. So, Matt, what do people do to go support you?
So definitely visit savejersey.com. If you see a advertising link, obviously click away on it to support our investors who are trying to help bring balance to the New Jersey media sphere. Everything we talked about today, we know why they became a problem. It's because the left controls the education system and the left controls the media. So if it's not for outlets like savejersey.com or 1210 WPHT, where would you get balance? Where would you get perspective? So visit, click away. Heck, if your kid's old enough, there's a safe option online for them. Dan, I don't use too many swear words when I'm writing my articles. I probably use more when I'm on air, much to the chagrin of my producer, Dan, who's got to ride the dump button.
It's my life. And
that's your life.
19 minutes, 30 seconds into the first episode of Tires, Season 3. You can find yours truly. I do highly implore you to go try to look for Bigfoot. Check out Shane Gillis's new season of Tires, a very conservative-friendly comedy show. Matt, it's been fun these past couple of days. If anybody
been a
wants,
pleasure.
If anyone wants to find your lawyering, where could they go?
Oh, hey, listen, if you want to follow my law firm, Rooney and Donahue, we're on Facebook. Go check us out. Remember, Donahue has 2 O's. Mike, my partner, retired Superior Court Judge Mike Donahue, one of the best guys I know. He's a great attorney. He doesn't like when you put that A in there. You got to spell his name correctly. So 2 O's in Donahue.
I think he yelled at me before for doing just that. So.
It's the only thing that ever. He's the most chill dude in the world. He's a Jersey Shore guy. He's a surfer dude by nature. Just don't misspell his name.
Those O's and A's, they're always going at it. It's like the Hatfields and McCoys. All right, we're going to get out of here. Matt, thank you again. Matt Rooney, Dan Borowski filling in for Dawn Stenslin. See you soon.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
Summer's coming to an end. Now's the time to get organized. Closet Factory Philadelphia creates custom closets, garages, pantries, and home offices designed around your lifestyle. Schedule your free design consultation today at closetfactory.com. Closet Factory Philadelphia.
Hair Volume for New Nordic will make your hair look thick and healthy. Hair Volume is available online at Amazon and newnordicusa.com or in the hair care aisle at your local CVS.
Babbel proudly presents The Bookstore Bungle.
Librairie means library in French, right?
Yeah, obviously.
I just love a library.
The French are so loud, though.
Yeah. Hey, be quiet. This is a library. S'il vous plaît.
Ce n'est pas une bibliothèque.
Bibliothèque? I think that's Spanish, ma'am.
You are in a bookstore, not a library.
Oh.
No more bookstore bungles with Babbel.
Touriste.
Learn to speak like a local and act like one too. Practice with Babbel's guided conversations based on real situations. Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to get up to 50% off. Babbel.com.
Hi, this is Dave Barlow from Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury, New Jersey. It's time to step up to the plate. The summer sell-out event at Barlow is here. Add Barlow discounts to factory rebates, and these deals are knocking it out of the park. The GMC lineup is stacked with power with the Sierra leading the way. The Buick lineup combines style, comfort, and confidence. Slide in the Barlow Buick GMC in Woodbury before these deals are out of here, or shop 24/7 at barlowautogroup.com. Buick, exceptional by design. GMC, we are professional grade.
The Birds are back, and another championship run starts now. Don't just watch the season, be part of it. Hit the road with thousands of fellow fans and take over the opposing stadium. Fans of Philly has road trips available now for Nashville, Arizona, Chicago, London, and more. Every trip includes airfare, game tickets, and an exclusive pre-game party. Book your seat today with the official travel partner of 94 WIP and the Eagles Radio Network at fansofphilly.com. That's fans with a P.com.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Everywhere you look, things are getting more expensive. But at Consumer Cellular, we're lowering the price for those 50 and up. Now you can get unlimited everything for just $35 a line. That's $35 a month for unlimited talk, text, and data. Switch to the carrier ranked #1 in network coverage and customer satisfaction and get unlimited everything for just $35 a month. Call 1-888-FREEDOM or visit Consumer Cellular online or in-store today. Price includes $5 credit for autopay and e-billing. Taxes and fees apply. Data speeds reduced after 35 gigabytes. Rankings done by 2025 ACSI survey.
Pump up the volume. Business moves fast. Orders roll in, deadlines close in. When you ship with USPS Ground Advantage, you can keep up with confidence. every package stays in our secure network from dock to door. And with nationwide reach, dependable tracking, and upfront affordable pricing, you get built-in peace of mind. You run the business. We run the routes. Visit USPS.com/groundadvantage to learn more.
You're still glowing, flirting, grooving. You've still got it. But your immune system weakens as you age, making it harder to fight illnesses like pneumococcal pneumonia and RSV. Vaccines are a key part of any health routine and can help protect you from getting really sick. Ask your doctor or pharmacist which vaccines you need. See more at PfizerForAll.com. Sponsored by Pfizer.
Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
And how far left you've gone, how goofy, how whiffy, how silly, and how deadly. Think of the George Floyd summer. Well, I commend AOC for coming up with something. You know, we can dismiss it, but they're not going to kneel down and just beg forgiveness and say we've been wrong about everything. Let's do it again. Strassel makes a couple points. I made a couple the other day when she talks about woke one and this Hung woman who lost as woke two, and AOC in that interview last week is not going to be part of it. Strassel makes the point that people were killed by released criminals. In fact, we have another one in California. Judge lets out just in the last couple of days someone here illegally, now charged with stabbing someone almost as soon as he got out of jail. And ICE was not given any knowledge that they held this person, that they were charging him with sanctuary city policy. So Strassel makes the point of what happened in the George Floyd summer. Remember that mostly peaceful Ali Velci? And she makes the other point of what happened. How about all the people who were canceled? How about all the people who lost their livelihood, in essence, their lives, their families, etc., that were canceled by these ridiculous policies in Woke 1, which, let's face it, continue now, and they'll do it into Woke 3 and Woke ad nauseum. But AOC, it's not just the polling, it's the eye test, it's the gut test. Laura Ingraham last night talking about, let's have AOC as the nominee because we have to get it on straight up and down about socialism, about wokeism, about all these things in a presidential election. Now, I know some people are probably saying, let's do that. Others shudder at that thought. What if we lose? Well, if we lose, this is a different country. It would be indicative of that. But we're not going to lose to AOC. Is she their best candidate? Well, probably, as much as you know how I feel about the ultimate chameleon, Josh Shapiro. Given the anti-Semitic twist of the party now, I don't see any shot there. I think AOC will at least be their VP nominee, if not the nominee. Never know, 2 years is a long time. We're going to see a lot play out, but I think definitively on the Republican side, and I hope it's going to be Marco Rubio. Now, I don't know yet if Rubio can tap into a groundswell, the first Latino, the first Hispanic on the top of the ticket or not. We'll see. President Trump, this is a group he did very well with, but are meandering away. But I do think in the end it will be Marco Rubio. I can't see the party nominating J.D. Vance. Whatever Don Trump Jr. says, I don't see it. Don't think he would win. And I think it will be Marco Rubio. All those memes on Twitter, all the jobs he's had, all the stuff he's done, make him now the press secretary, are indicating that people are getting how valuable he has been. All right, speaking of the press secretary, I didn't think it in a million years that Scott Jennings would consider being the press secretary. I'm still thinking deep down it will not be Scott Jennings. But I don't see, when you hear all these pundits, who the press secretary will be. They talk about this Anna Kelly, who's been on the show a number of times, next in the line of chain of command. President Trump doesn't do that. You may remember with this stuff before, he wants someone who he views, TV-wise, as a star. Now, is that Scott Jennings? Is it Rachel Campos Duffy? Is it somebody like that? I don't think it's going to be someone of these bureaucrats that are next in line, and there's like a dozen of them and all these odds and all the rest of it. Don't look for that. Could it be Scott Jennings? He's got the radio 2 hours a day. He's got TV. He gets a lot of money in debates, etc. I don't see it happening, but I think this is going to go on for a little bit. Now, I told everybody today, you don't want to miss the beginning of the show because I'm going to agree with Brian Fitzpatrick on something. I'm looking at a story today at Politico talking about the fact that some Republicans are in revolt, and I'll explain why they're still wrong. At the no tax on tips, no tax on overtime, because now some Republicans are saying the no tax on overtime doesn't go far enough. In other words, there are exceptions to this. I think that part is right. We need to make it a strict no tax on overtime. They don't like the fact that we're carving out all these tax breaks for people. And my strategy, and I think the strategy of President Trump is, we got to liberate who we can liberate one step at a time. We have to fight every day against the other side for every penny. It's a good day if we liberate from these ridiculous taxes a segment of the population every day. We're not going to be able to wave a magic wand. We don't have the numbers and just lower tax rates across the board and do all that. Fight every day in every way. Even for LeBron James and the city wage tax and things. It's a fight for all of us. A win on these things is a win for everybody, as long as it's legitimate. Now, look, Brian Fitzpatrick and I differ on the time of day now. That's how far I've been going with this guy. I used to say, we got to get over the finish line, rah, rah. We got to go out there, Brian. I'm not saying it anymore. Yeah, I'm not going to be cheering it on. If this is the deciding seat for the House, I can't say, oh, well, but it's pretty close to that. But I'm in agreement with this. Brian Fitzpatrick, in this Politico article, a member of the tax-writing House Ways and Means Committee, wants to allow cops to exempt their first $100,000 in earning from income tax. He downplays any connection to Trump's provisions, saying he's focused on helping police departments fill vacancies. Well, I'm focused, too, on realizing, as a cop today in America, what police face, particularly here in Philadelphia. Would this help fill vacancies? I'll tell you this. If it does not, even in Philadelphia, if you get the first, whatever the starting salary, then we have to try to bump that up to $70,000, $80,000, and it's exempt from income taxes. I'm not sure if we would still get cops. I don't know what I would want to be a cop in Philadelphia. All right, Noble, that's great. Larry Krasner, but they're exempting my first $70,000 or $80,000. I'm sitting here saying, I'll have to get back to you. I got away being a cop under Larry Krasner with no income tax for you. But I salute Fitzpatrick on this. And are the Democrats going to be against it? Yeah, they're going to be against it because a lot of them hate cops, in addition to everything else. My point is, if Republicans are legit in not just earmarking stuff to gain, like bicyclists in Philadelphia, give them a tax break, I'm on board with this. We have to win in small ways every day. And, of course, ultimately try to lower the flat tax. But you got to win. We got to win when we can. We have to liberate people up and down the line. I have more information, by the way, on some polling out of Michigan with Elsiad and Rogers, and it is maybe what you would expect. Rogers is, among white voters, he has a 14-point lead. Among non-white voters, Al-Sayed has a 42-point lead. Among men, Rogers has an 11-point lead. Among women, Al-Sayed is +1. Here's the kicker, though. White women with a college degree, Al-Sayed is a +23. WNBA players, he's a +1 million. So in Michigan, we're seeing the same thing. Female voters, particularly those with a college degree, They are where the strength of the Democrat Party, where the problem might be. That's what's happening there. Hey, coming up at 2 o'clock today, we have on a guy Henry tracked for months until we finally got him on. He could have gone to jail if President Trump, he would have, was not elected president. He's a guy who stood up against gender-affirming care in the Texas hospital system, their Texas Children's Hospital. Now, if you listen to the Dom Show this week, you know that in addition to all the stuff with trans in the WNBA, Texas, their children's hospital, major children's hospital there, not only, I guess in the last 6 months, has sworn off any gender-affirming care, they've opened up a detransitioner sex change clinic. In other words, to help those people who suffered because of the lunacy of all this stuff. Some of the transitioners to the New York Post, they talk about doctors pressuring them as impressionable teens, like a used car salesman, one says. So that doctor will be with us today. He's a surgeon, much in demand, so it's hard to get him on. Kudos to Henry. We'll have him for you, and we will get into what is happening and why Children's Hospital of Philadelphia still is arrogantly, they're well-funded, well-resourced, the activists are there. They're about the only big outfit in the country not following the science and still going down the path of not going along with helping us to stop this mania. All that happening on the show today. All right, let me give you the side question, 855-839-1210. Last couple days is International Youth Day. So we've never done this one before. Get your name into the hat, big prize at the end of the week. We are looking for the all-time kid. Could be a teenager, somewhere in that range, or a young kid, real or fictional. I'm going to give you Henry's. He's disposed me to do it. I thought it was a brilliant one. Joan of Arc. Can you imagine Joan of Arc was, 13, 14, whatever, leading troops in the 100 Years' War? They didn't even know she was a female, and she was that age. You got to take Joan of Arc off. I'm going to take Taylor Wilson off. In researching the side question today for the Dom Show, I happened upon the name of this kid, Taylor Wilson, who was able to set up some kind of nuclear, semi-nuclear lab or something, God knows, at the age of 14. A nuclear reactor, the information says. On the side of the fictional, I'm going to take off Huck Finn. All right, I'm not sure how old Huck Finn was, but that book ought to be in every school and everybody ought to read it. All right, so that's the side question today. We got a lot of people stopping by. We'll get Henry's, we'll get Kirk's, we'll get yours. If you've never done it before, live a little bit, jump in, hit us with yours. Here's how you get in. 855-839-1210. You get a line. I think the AOC thing is real. By the way, the feel-good story tonight, we'll play you some sound coming up. Upper Marion last night, King of Prussia, with this developer guy facing the music. Packed house, jumping up and down and cheering because their town commission has rejected, at this point, this gigantic AI center he wanted to put in King of Prussia. Is that near the mall? My God. This is bigger than the landmass of Philadelphia International Airport. Can you imagine? So are these people just revolting, not in my backyard, or do they really want a second look at all this AI stuff? I'm hoping it's a second look at AI. The flock cameras are under the gun. There's a bill in Harrisburg to stop the flock cameras in various ways. That's AI. That's license plate reading and all this stuff around the clock. It is ubiquitous. It is all over the place, but good in Upper Marion. But the people who the mobs ought to be screaming at, the person, is not the Upper Marion. These are just, the average town councils and all that, even though it's a fancy place. It's Josh Shapiro. Josh Shapiro is the one that welcomed in Amazon, got a lot of campaign money out of them, all these other developers. Yeah, let's go to Penn. Let's put AI centers in every block. Oh, except that land he's trying to steal in Abington. I don't think he would put it on that block. But watch for this. Stacey Garrity with us yesterday making the case in her Teletown Hall tens of thousands of people. What do they want to talk about? AI in Pennsylvania. Stop it. Is it more than just water, environment, noise? I think it is. I think it's antagonism to a bunch of people, be it Amazon, be it some of these developers, dictating what's going to happen in their lives with something we're unsure about. All right, get in on the side question. All that coming up. 855-839-1210. Your call is next.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
Senators and their lack of hard work make teachers look like hardscapers. You know, that's one thing if you're teaching high-end AP courses in 12th grade where you have a bunch of future Ivy League students and you're in a good school district. If you're in a public school district and every day is a battle just to get them to even show up for class, I feel bad for some of those teachers because compared to a senator, they're grinding. Think about that. 14 of the next 21 weeks on recess. But then I got to sit there and say, well, we got Todd Blanche confirmed. We knew Todd Blanche would get confirmed, right?
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
TurnersvilleJeep.com wants you to save big this month on their enormous selection of Jeeps and Ram trucks. Want to save thousands? How about up to 15% off MSRP on select Ram trucks? Prefer great financing rates? How about 2.9% for up to 72 months on select Jeep models? Don't have a down payment? How about no payments of 90 days for qualified buyers? Just minutes from all bridges or online 24/7 at TurnersvilleJeep.com. Again, that's TurnersvilleJeep.com.
Hit the road with an auto loan from American Heritage Credit Union. We're proud to offer auto loans on both new and used vehicles with low monthly payments and flexible terms, as well as auto lease buyout options. Plus, enjoy no payments for the first 2 months. Visit AmericanHeritageCU.org/auto to get started. Insured by the NCUA, Equal Opportunity Lender. Not a member? Join today. The summer heat means it's that time of year to crank up the AC again. To keep your home cooling more efficiently and help save you on high energy bills, better go Gaida and finally replace your old drafty, inefficient windows and doors at Gaida Door and Window. Right now, Gaida is offering their best discounts of the year with their big 40% off summer sales event on all expertly installed windows and doors. You'll receive 40% off each window you buy. That's right, 40% off all high-performance, energy-efficient triple pane windows. And you'll receive 40% off any door, including insulated entry doors, patio doors, garage doors, and storm doors. Plus, get your project started today with no money down and pay it off interest-free for up to 18 full months. All prior sales excluded. Minimum purchase required. Don't let these big discounts pass you by. Go Gaida today to take advantage of these limited time savings by calling to schedule a free in-home estimate at 1-877-GO-GAIDA or visit them at GoGaida.com. That's go, GUIDA.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
All right, it is Dom time. Good Friday. Coming to your calls. We'll get Henry. We'll get Kirk's all-time kid, real or fictional, coming off International Youth Day. But in addition to that, Mr. Luigi Mangione has pleaded guilty now to traveling interstate, creating a ghost gun, stalking the healthcare executive, and just murdering him. Apparently, he had back pain, and he's against healthcare companies, etc. Now, I thought we had changed the federal rules. This is a federal case. The state will come later. To the death penalty was available. I'm reading here, it's not. What kind of country have we become where a guy like this is celebrated, a maniac, whatever you think? And I wanted to make this point. This is broader than the death penalty. What the left has done with the death penalty, you got to admire them. You got to admire how insidious they are. They came up with a Chinese menu now. On one side are all the reasons why you should get the death penalty. On the other side are all the reasons why you should not get the death penalty. You killed some woman who was pregnant. You possibly should get the death penalty then. It was a hate crime. And there's a vague sense I get in these death penalty cases. Let's face it. it depends upon whom you killed. So if you killed a big mouth bloviator like me, not so much in Philadelphia. Can't give him the death penalty. He's got to be there for the parade. If you kill Mother Teresa, well, it used to be. Now she's nuts. No, we don't like the Catholic Church. Who is it if you killed them? Even liberal people would say, oh, yeah, you deserve the death penalty. In other words, there's a vibe. After all, this guy was the biggest healthcare, one of the biggest in the countries. We hate healthcare. We know what they're about. Death penalty? We ought to give this guy the best suite in jail and let him out in a year or so. Isn't that part of all this? They're insidious. And to me, I don't care who you kill if it meets the qualities of first-degree murder, whatever this usually the state law. Let's say everyone agrees, yes, if he did it, and all these circumstances, that is a first-degree murder. Well, then you get the death penalty. And we don't wait. How long are we going to wait with this guy? Let him rot in jail till someday he gets out, Democrats are in, and he's a hero? He killed a healthcare executive. Well, do you know how many people that guy probably has killed and how many more he would kill? They may not say it as explicitly, but you've seen all this. He's raised over $1.5 million for his defense fund. So according to Fox News, because it wasn't televised, but I'm looking on Google, he admitted to interstate stalking, resulting in death, and stalking through use of interstate facilities, resulting in death. He 3D printed a gun, added a silencer, traveled with it to Manhattan with intent to shoot Thompson. Mangione told the judge, I shot Mr. Thompson in Manhattan. I knew what I was doing was illegal. And we go, oh, okay. Maybe you'll get out on parole someday. It's the healthcare executive. It's whoever the left comes up with as the villain. If you kill a villain, we can't say you're a hero, even though we want to. You're going to get out. Just stunning to me. I'm kind of surprised. We were told that he would be doing this. He still may face the state case, and certainly, he's not going to get the death penalty. Say this happened in Pennsylvania. Remember, he was captured at a McDonald's in Altoona. What would happen? Well, Josh Shapiro ran, Attorney General, death penalty, had a conversation with his son, bang, no death penalty. My son said to me, how could we be doing the same thing they're doing? Is anybody with not an infantile mind believe that if we executed Mangione, who just said in open court, I did it, I knew what I was doing, I traveled, silencer, I wanted to do it, the world's a better place. Anybody want to tell us why, if he were executed, we would be doing the same thing? Is that the argument now? Just look at how the left wins, like termites over the course of time. Polling indicates the country still believes in the death penalty. This would be a prime case. And if you want to talk about deterrent effect, shouldn't we be trying to deter these people with delusions of grandeur who they think killing somebody who the left says, and I'm starting to think, what would be on their minds a bigger villain than the head of healthcare companies? I'm trying, some kind of polluter or something like that. But I think the healthcare company executive, oh, yeah, they all ought to be dead. They're lucky we let them live any day. So the federal sentencing is for December 18th. Convenient. They'll hope we'll forget about it around Christmas. He's at least got to get life without parole, you would think, but who knows? All right, we got a great side question today. You can get on this. This just breaking. Side question, International Youth Day. Hit us with that all-time kid, either real or someone fictional. Henry had one almost hard to, I don't even know. People don't believe Babe Ruth existed or Wilt made 100 points. I really doubt Joan of Arc. Just kidding. She's 13, 14, Today she'd play in the WNBA. Back then, they didn't know she was a female leading the troops in the 100-Year War. So charismatic, they just burned her alive when they got her, just to try to extinguish any ember of that. And I always like not just Joan, but Joan of Arc. I always like the of.
Yeah, I'm always surprised no one's ever come out, now that you're saying, like, no one's
Yep.
ever trying to come out and disprove that she existed or that she was a kid
exactly.
or whatever.
Give them time. Somebody's must be working on it. I mean, they do it, Babe Ruth and Will. All right, Henry, who's yours?
Yeah, I'll take a few off the board here
Okay.
frankly, there's a lot of kids out there. How about the first one I take off is The Boy Who Lived, none other than Harry Potter, who the immensely popular book franchise and movie franchise has obviously sold billions and billions and billions of dollars, but also, he defeated He Who Must Not Be Named, ultimately to save the wizarding world as a child, as simply a high schooler in the end. So
I looked at that on Ranker, and they have the girl. Maybe
they had
because she's
Hermione. I saw that.
Yeah, maybe because she's politically correct or something. She's number one. Harry Potter is top.
I know.
It's called Harry Potter.
Right, exactly.
It is crazy how they put her in front, but yeah.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean,
Yeah.
Hermione had a great role in the series,
but
don't get me wrong. But
how's she number one?
Yeah, she can't be number one in this.
Yeah.
The other one I'm going to take off, you see him mostly around Christmas time. And while he's still acting, I'd say his heyday came when he was about, 7 to 12, 15 years old. None other than Home Alone star Macaulay Culkin.
Yeah, that's one I was thinking about. That is a big one.
And then with the Little League World Series just around the corner here, I figured I'd take off maybe one of the biggest Little League World Series stories ever back in 2001. Phenom Danny Almonte led Bronx Little League all the way to the third place finish in the Little League World Series that year behind his 79-mile-an-hour fastball.
Right.
But it was proven later on that, hey, this kid wasn't actually 12 years old. He was like 14, 15. That's why he was dominating all these kids. And we just saw another story like that pop up in Oklahoma where Tulsa Little League's using, some sort of waiver, like a disabled waiver in order to get other kids to play for their Little League. So they just got disqualified. So that type of thing, 25 years later, still happening. So Danny Almonte, all-time kid.
I was doing talk radio, and they railed against third world countries and their birth certificate system and why they shouldn't come into the country. I don't know if he was from Puerto Rico or not.
He was from the Dominican Republic.
Oh, even worse. All right, there you go. I remember that, mowing down. You know what it was like? And we all sit there. We know this kid's shaving. Come on.
Yeah.
Get him out of there. Bring Barry Bonds out to umpire or something, like Netflix did last night. By the way, that Al Duncan is just revolting.
I was in and out watching the game. I didn't see her at all, so.
The post game I saw.
I was off at that point.
Just awful. Yeah. And by the way, the Minnesota Twins outfielder, how do you knock the ball over the fence?
That was a bad
for
look.
Schwarber.
The glove
My God.
just went bloop.
And this is coming down to an all-time arcane record, but one, it's going to be close. Schwarber might be on pace. The first time you're with a team for 5 years, when Babe Ruth went to the Yankees, he could top the number of home runs Babe Ruth had in those 5 years, which is shocking.
Very shocking.
Yeah,
I agree.
exactly. And that could be the thing that does it. Kirk, how about yours?
I'm going to go with two, real and fictional. Real, Kid Rock.
Okay.
Fictional.
Yes, good one. You sat on that one for a while there. Okay, yeah.
And fictional, I'm going to go with the oldest kid on daytime, on TV history, Bart Simpson.
Oh,
That's
yeah,
a great one.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Those Simpsons voice actors do not sound
they
good
don't.
at all. It's tough.
All right, so here's your opportunity, 855-839-1210. There's a million of them. It's all in the call, all in the story. And the Mangione case breaking right in front of us. He admits to everything. He has said the script. I knew what I was doing, yada, 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 right? And they go, oh, okay, it was a healthcare executive. That's what this is about. Is that the worst? I guess some awful polluter, or if you were a right-wing talk show host, something of that nature. And coming up, I'm becoming convinced that Scott Jennings could want to be the press secretary. I could see this now. I don't know anything. I'm not told anything, but I'm seeing the tea leaves here. I don't think Trump is going to pick someone who is, next in line. There's Anna Kelly, who's been on with us. Nice woman, but, I don't see her doing what Levitt did. I think he wants a star. He could pluck just about anybody. What's Scaramucci doing these days? All right. 8-5, disgrace to Italians. He's right up there with Pelosi, Scaramucci. Probably shorter, too. 855-839-1210.
Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10.
Two different things here. If you're going on vacation with a bunch of adults and you want to have the, those evenings where you're at the shore house, have a little fire pit or whatever. But if you're just taking your kids for like a 4-day, 3-night vacation to insert whatever beach town, aren't you supposed to be out at the beach or at the pool or on the boardwalk most of the day? Whatever happened to just finding something that's affordable, you're going to maybe take a nap at, you're going to sleep at, and you're going to go in and get a shower? Like, why are you spending 10 grand on something that you're going to spend like 5% of your vacation time in? It seems like a poor investment.
Have you ever been to the Jersey Shore?
He clearly has.
Yeah.
Start your day with Kale and Company weekday mornings 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
Attention. Have you racked up $10,000 or more in credit card debt? Are you barely getting by making minimum payments? With credit card debt reaching all-time highs, National Debt Relief is notifying consumers about significant debt relief options currently being made available to help those with overwhelming credit card debt. These options may reduce a large portion of credit card debt for those who qualify. You don't need to declare bankruptcy or take out a consolidation loan, and you may only have to pay back a fraction of what you owe, even if you have bad credit. National Debt Relief has already reduced the credit card debt for more than 550,000 consumers, so don't wait. If you owe $10,000, $20,000, or even $100,000 in credit card debt, you can now take advantage of this financial debt relief as the cost of living continues to skyrocket. To check what debt reduction you may qualify for, call 800-358-6868. That's 800-358-6868. Again, 800-358-6868.
Tomorrow's 7:10 Phillies Twins game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT tomorrow.
Hi, this is Larry Steinhaus, and I want to let you know that I buy houses. I buy houses from people that may be a tired landlord, maybe somebody who's having trouble selling their house, or maybe someone who needs to sell their house quickly. Well, all you need to do is call 855-939-1137. That's 855-939-1137, and I promise to answer the phone and help you with your situation. That's right, your house may be cluttered. It may be a house that a relative left you, or it may just be a house you just want to get rid of. 855-939-1137.
When it comes to your home, you shouldn't have to roll the dice with a small contractor or pay the high prices of a giant one. At Lemus Remodeling Group, a family-owned company, you get the perfect balance. Expert exterior remodeling from a team that's nationally recognized and neighborhood trusted. From roofing and siding to windows, doors, and gutters, the Lemus team delivers quality work, honest pricing, and a home that feels brand new. Call 610-GO-LEMUS to schedule your free consultation today or visit their website at golemus.com. Lemus Remodeling Group. Trust Lemus for a lifetime.
Weather sponsored by the Piazza Auto Group.
Quiet conditions continue in the forecast through the afternoon. We'll have a mixture of sunshine and clouds. Still hot with a high of around 90 degrees. For tonight, partly cloudy skies with a low of around 72 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And then for Saturday, it stays dry with a mixture of sunshine and clouds, hot but not as humid with a high 88.
Summer's ending, but the savings aren't. Hurry to Piazza Nissan of Ardmore for 0% financing for up to 60 months during the Nissan End of Summer sales event. Available on the 2026 Rogue, Murano, Pathfinder, and Frontier. Shop online at piazzanissan.com today.
Now back to the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
This is Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
All right, it's a sign of the apocalypse. Wildwood has a curfew. Then Ocean City did it with teenage. Remember the teenage problem and how they squelch it kind of? And now Cape May. Cape May, are you kidding me? What are the kids eating, Victorian cookies after 10 o'clock or something? My God, Cape May? I can't believe it. I mean, it's not much of a boardwalk. You really, it's like a block. Pretty much.
Yeah.
What hell raising are you doing in Cape May? And then there's the downtown has some shops and a few bars, but I've never seen anything there.
No.
Yeah. Cape May now needs we need a curfew too. Every town there. You're not a destination unless you have a curfew.
Beach tags and curfews.
Well, I would rather to keep the French Canadians out, bad tippers, the Speedo and everything else. But, Cape May coming up with a curfew. I was watching last night. They were teasing Jersey Town. And I thought, what's the least likely? See how could they be doing it? Because of even Ocean City. No, Cape May. All right, Joe in Columbus. Joe is in on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Hey, good afternoon, Dom.
Don, my side answer is because I have a one-track mind these days because my son just came back Tuesday from Europe, a big trek across Europe that he and his girlfriend gave each other as college graduation gifts. And he came back with some gorgeous, awesome photos of all his stops all across Europe. But it was refreshing to know, because he was a COVID student, it was refreshing to know that he made a point to make this one stop. I mean, he went from Portugal to Spain to Italy to Sicily to Greece. One of his stops was in Poland, and he made a point to make that one of the stops so he could take pictures of Auschwitz. And I asked him, I said, Joe, what do you think of those pictures? He said, Dad, they were hauntingly ominous to think something like that occurred. And right then and there, you can't help but think of Anne Frank and her diary she kept as a young teenager. She knew to keep that diary and keep it hidden so it would be found someday, as to adding to the atrocities that a lot of people deny these days.
Yeah, that is probably, I can't think of a lower rung of hell. People like Tucker Carlson, where he's engaged in right now, Joe, bringing on historians. I've had guys say, well, it wasn't 6 million. Why are you saying 6? As soon as you hear that, all right, buddy, we're off to the races. I'm not going to quibble over how many were killed. I know what you're going to do, deny all the Holocaust.
And Dom, I would deny the existence of Babe Ruth before I denied the existence of the Holocaust.
Yeah, exactly right. Joe, what about the others there, too? Are we going to see a denial of, the Wilt 100 is just a strange one. It's been concocted here.
Which one? Which denial?
The Wilt didn't score 100 points.
Dom, that was a phenomenon the moment it occurred.
Yeah.
I loved Wilt Chamberlain. They changed the rules. I mean, he has to be in the top 2, in my opinion, of
absolutely.
NBA players.
Yeah.
They put in the 3-point lane because of him. I mean, come on.
Yeah, exactly.
I thought Jabbar was a phenom when he came out, but I learned later that Wilt was the trendsetter.
Oh, exactly. Thank you, Joe. He blocked Jabbar's skyhook a couple times, too. Just for the record. Oh, that didn't happen either. Everything didn't happen. By the way, just coming off taping Inside Story, you'll see at 11:30 on Sunday, and Matt O'Donnell was the host today. That's why the suit and all. And Matt did the whole half hour on money, the future of money. And we got into the Bitcoin sort of thing. And even the Bitcoin guy, I think, had to admit, they had an expert that, come on, we're not going to be trading in that. Nobody's going to be buying stuff with it. How shadowy it was. And all 4 people on the panel of varying ages resented the attack on cash. Thank God.
Wow.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, I just don't get it. What, and we went through the reasons. One, are you really going to be robbed if you have $50 on you? Is that what you're afraid of, why you don't have cash? 2, how is anything else more convenient than cash? And 3,
agreed.
When you're spending something, you take that hard-earned cash out and pay for it versus putting something on plastic or whatever, one way or the other. I don't think you notice it. It doesn't add up, particularly if you're drinking. I think you got a better shot if you're rolling out a bunch of cash than you do putting stuff on some. Put more. Yeah, that kind of thing.
Well, cash, you know, like, oh, I'm running low here. Card, it's just like everything's free.
Mm-hmm. Exactly. So why this attack on cash? What is it that is driving this? It's unrelenting. Okay, 855-839-1210. You can get in. By the way, I had somebody call. They dropped off. I mentioned I agree with Brian Fitzpatrick on one thing. I made a big point in the opener today that some people are going after Republicans. They're trying to extend the no tax on overtime because some people are not benefiting from that. They're trying to extend it, the no tax on tips. And you have people saying, well, what about me? I get that. But I just believe every day that we wake up and liberate Americans from taxes from these progressives on every front. Maybe we get more people and maybe someday we hit the tax rate, the wage tax, property tax, all on board with it. We can fight on every front. So Brian Fitzpatrick has a proposal that the first $100,000 that you make if you are a law enforcement officer would be tax-free. Now, he wants to do it. See, I can't even agree with him on this. He wants to do it to increase people wanting to be cops. Okay, that's my secondary. My main reason is liberate another group of people. Have people saying, yes, I'm out from under this. Have more people screaming, I don't want to pay these taxes. Give them hope. The no tax on tips was genius in the last election. Democrats are going to have a hard time in Nevada. So there are political consequences to it. But we have to wake up every day to fight every dime that these people take at every level, because that's what they do. They crawl with it. There's never a tax they don't like. There's never a tax increase they don't like. Almost every Democrat would be in that category, 99% of them. And the others are just being a Democrat because they have to be in their town or something. So Brian Fitzpatrick, good move. It also forces Democrats to say, no, we don't want to relieve police officers of one sort or another from this taxation rate. Yeah, let them do that. And under the hell of a nerve category, the Pennsylvania House. Now, these are the people that refused to meet for 3 months. Remember that? They claimed the roof. And the reason was they didn't have the majority. These are the people that will not allow votes to come up. Fairness in Women's Sports Act, among other things. They're going to meet in Congress Hall like they're the founding fathers. They're going to be doing that in September. I got to go there just to ask that question. And that roof looks pretty old. Are you sure the roof may not collapse here? Can you imagine these shameless, they have a 1-vote margin. Matt Bradford. Maybe that's a way to get Matt Bradford on, like a sidewalk interview. Hey, Matt, you got a moment? Meeting in Congress Hall. They could not meet for months after month after month, and they won't allow votes to come up. They keep on switching committees. Maybe they're going to put on powdered wigs. Maybe that will do some good. They shouldn't allow it. They're not a real body. They're just a gang. That's what they are. All right, let's go to Pete in Southwest Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Pete.
Hello, Dom, and good afternoon.
Good afternoon, Pete. How you doing?
Hey, Dom Henry. Good to talk to you guys today. Dom, I'll make it quick. If you don't mind, I'll mail this to you. I have the box score. I have copies of it from the night Wilt scored 100 points, March 2nd, 1962. Has the box score of everybody who scored in that game. Wilt had 100 points, March 2nd, 1962. If you want, I'll mail you a copy of it. It's in the Daily News, and I've got 22 copies of it.
Wait a minute, only 22? Why only 22?
My father gave me one, and my friends didn't believe me that Wilt scored 100 points, so I went out and gave them all copies of the box score.
Yeah, Pete, what the heck is it with this denialism? Henry and I are cooking up to Joan of Arc really exists now. We're going to get into the game.
Most of the people, in my opinion, and I played basketball. I played college basketball way back, 74, 75, for Delaware. I think the reason is the generation that's playing today, they actually, I give you Jordan and all that, but they did, like your previous caller, they changed the rules of the game for Wilt. The three-point line,
right?
Well, there was no three-point line. I mean the three-point lane. It's because Wilt would get 50 rebounds. And, Dom, here's the biggest travesty in the history of sports, in my opinion. Wilt averaged 50 points a game for a whole season, 29.9 rebounds, might as well say 30, and he didn't get the MVP. He came in second.
Well, wait a minute. He had 55 rebounds in a playoff game against what? 55 rebounds. You know what they say? Well, they were bad shooters. They were bad shooters. Yeah. That's why he got all those 55 rebounds.
But, Dom, guess who that was against? The Boston. 55 rebounds was against the Boston Celtics.
Exactly.
Bill Russell.
Yeah.
Yes. Absolutely.
So, I saw a thing the other day. I was just fooling around looking for some career stats, and they were the greatest centers of all time. They had Wilt rated 4th among. Can you just imagine the laughter?
It's a disgrace. Wilt would average 35 to 40 rebounds a game because the centers today shoot from the top of the key.
Yeah,
Wilt would snare every rebound, and Wilt was the strongest player that ever played, including Shaq. And you can back then the centers were. You remember Nate Thurman and Walt Bellamy and Zelmo Beatty. Them guys were unbelievable. I'm going to give you my side answer. You ready?
Yes, go ahead, Pete.
Okay, my young guy or little whatever, it's Jay North. I believe he would be 74 years old. Dennis the Menace.
The kid who played Dennis the Menace.
Yep.
That is a great. He's Coley McLaughlin well before Coley McLaughlin.
For sure.
Yeah.
Bravo, guy.
Oh, even better.
yeah.
He didn't have all the pyrotechnics to do what he did with Mr. Wilson.
Right. And Dom, here's a little imitation of him. Jeepers, Mr. Wilson.
Thank you very
That's it.
much. Good night, Robert
All
of
right.
Ben Salem. All right, take care, Pete. Oh man, Pete fired up with Wilt. Same thing with Babe Ruth. These are bigger than life. You got to face it. That's the point. Muhammad Ali didn't really do all that. Okay, we're going to go down that path, right? 855-839-1210. The complaint, either Babe Ruth, well, the pitchers today are better. Look, you can only hit home runs against the people you're facing. Wilt could only play against what the opposition was. So I concede, maybe every night there wasn't a guy that could actually guard Wilt out there. But you got to admit, when a guy plays not 48 minutes a game, but because of overtime one year, I think it approached 49 minutes.
Yeah.
I mean, you got to give something here. You got to say, come on. It's just hard to believe. And when if you actually saw Wilt in that context, as I did, the 20,000 women, 20,000 rebounds, you would just, you'd be agape. I don't know who it is. We've done shows. By the way, Henry had a secondary side question. I can't find, it wasn't a side question. It was, I'll have to find it. Do you remember it yesterday? I said, it's not a side. It was, all-time worst first date. It's a Friday. Yeah. If you have one, we wouldn't do it as a side because people can make things
subjective.
Too subjective. But it came up because of the AOC thing. I've had women call in. It's usually women and say, I just went out a window. I couldn't get out any other way. I didn't even go back. I didn't even say anything. I left my coat there, and I just went to the bathroom and got out of there. Usually it's not the guy, although it could be bad women first dates.
Equal rights, yeah.
Yeah, they start with lobster and then some 5 martinis in. You're like, what the heck? This is a first date. And isn't there a rule in a first date? You can't be ordering stuff like that.
I saw an article the other day. Some guy got stood up because the restaurant he took her to wasn't nice enough.
Oh, my God. Well, at least he got out early. That's a bad sign. You can imagine.
And that's what I'm saying. Like, that's the type of stuff like women will pull nowadays.
Yeah.
Like, what do you mean I can't get the lobster and 5 martinis? You're paying. It's your treat, right?
Yeah, it's a first date. You got to be reasonable. That's a tell right there. The all-time great tell, though, well, we have automatic stuff now. It is from Bronx Tale. If she doesn't reach over and pull up that latch, dump her right there. I agree with that. Oh, come on now. You really can't be that silly about something. That's a pretty big tell. There's a long pause, and she's sitting there. Now, if she's putting on makeup or not paying attention, if she's paying attention, doesn't open that door, get out of there. All right, 855-839-1210. Grab a line. You're with Dom, Henry, and Kirk on Talk Radio 1210. Let's talk for a minute first, though, about our friends over at N3 Oceanic. If you're looking for a natural way to boost energy, support your heart, and stay active day after day, skip the quick fixes that wear off fast and start fueling your day with Rescue Orosine. As we grow older, our bodies become less efficient at producing the energy that keeps us going. That's where the Rescue Orosine comes in. This breakthrough supplement works at the cellular level. Help your body naturally produce lasting energy, giving it the support it needs to fight fatigue and improve stamina without relying on sugar, caffeine, or artificial energy boosters. Plus, it helps support healthy blood pressure, overall cardiovascular function, so you can show up to the moments that matter with confidence and vitality. Just go to res-q.com, use the code MyEnergy at checkout to buy 1 bottle of Orosine, get 1 free, or call a product consultant at 800-26-ALIVE. Don't miss out. Again, 800-262-5483 or online at res-q.com to get your second bottle of Rescue Orosine for free. Just use that code MyEnergy at checkout.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
This was the first year that I was able to be a sports dad. The only time I lost my ever-loving sugar honey iced tea, while other kids were swinging a bat, loosening up, wrapping up a little long toss, and she was on the phone. So I walked over there, and there was nobody around. I said, give me that phone right now. Pay attention to the game. I'm telling you, these phones, total disaster. And I'm guilty. I should have put my foot down years ago. Can't put the genie back in the bottle. It is what it is at this point. For the future of other dads out there that still have time, put the foot down.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
There's a reason that potato chips don't come in a clear bag.
There's only 8 chips in this bag.
That's why. It's only about 2/3 full. The rest is air. It's a lot like opening up your 401k at retirement. You get about 2/3 of it, and the rest goes to Uncle Sam. Jim Cipriotti at the Retire Ready Financial Group can help. His tax mapping process can help forecast what your tax bill will be in the future, and that way you can build a strategy now to potentially decrease your tax bill in retirement. In other words, more for you and less for Uncle Sam. Call today for your complimentary retirement tax mapping report, 610-894-7415. That's 610-894-7415. Or find them online at retirereadyfg.com and get Uncle Sam's greedy hands out of your retirement.
Hey, you've had enough.
With a complimentary tax mapping report from Jim Cipriotti. Investment advisory services offered through Retire Ready Wealth Management, a registered investment advisor. Insurance and annuities offered through James V. Cipriotti, Retire Ready Financial Group, LLC, NPN number 2083768.
This is a test of the emergency alert system. This has been a test of the emergency alert system.
Today's gold price is brought to you by Edelman's Coins, Philadelphia's local bullion dealer, celebrating its 100th year anniversary, a fourth-generation company. Visit edelmanscoins.com to learn more. Today's gold market price is $4,351.55.
Get ready for a new era of Penn State sports under new head coach Matt Campbell. Follow it all on the official home of Penn State football and basketball games. Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app.
For 30 years, nothing controlled my high blood pressure. My doctor, he even said, this is crazy. You're a ticking time bomb.
I was doing research in the field of renal denervation. I brought the procedure to Virtua.
I said, sign me up.
His blood pressure went down significantly.
I was playing hockey again in 3 weeks. It's wonderful, actually.
Virtua Health. Solutions for complex heart conditions. Here for good. Learn more at virtua.org.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/radio. That's ethos.com/radio. Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Back to school season is here, and Dollar General has everything you need to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation.
Have you subscribed to our YouTube channel yet? Do it today at 1210 WPHT.
All right, Dom Giordano show. Linda Kern's coming up in the next hour. After all, sad passing of the king on Sunday, I believe. That will be well in advance, and she kind of sets it up. Will be the side question for Monday, unless something unbelievably changes. We'll go with that today. We're looking for the all-time kid, International Youth Day. By the way, one quick thing, and immediately we're seeing people say, well, crime is down all over the place. Yeah, right. The latest numbers out of Washington, and this is from a national group monitoring this, not the Washington, D.C. police, show that homicides have plummeted 43% since 2025. And they interviewed that intern, if you remember, who was killed just randomly in Washington, D.C. a while back, a mom about that and the difference in Washington. So I'm not on board with Trump fixating maybe a little bit too much with all that's going on all the things in Washington. But the nation's capital shouldn't be a joke. It ought to be a showplace, you would think. And his efforts in several zones here are paying off. And now we have the maniac who vandalized the World War II memorial. My God, I don't see the political connection yet, but we'll see. All right, get in all-time young person, all-time kid. Real or fictional is what we're looking for. Linda Kearns at 2 o'clock. We're going to talk with that brave doctor who said no to gender-affirming care at the Texas Children's Hospital, was going to go to jail if Kamala Harris had won. Trump won, and that's why he's still a practicing physician. They're putting in a detransition clinic at that Children's Hospital. Meanwhile, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia is saying, we're going to do more. Let's see how that plays out for Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. How can you contribute to them when that's their attitude, when the rest of the science says you're wrong? All that straight ahead. Talk Radio 1210.
At Tri-County CDJR, something exciting is happening. Our inventory is going up while our prices are going down. And right where they meet, that's the perfect moment to buy. Right now, get up to 20% off new 2026 Ram 1500s, including a 10-year, 100,000-mile warranty. More inventory, lower prices. Find your perfect deal at 422jeep.com. That's 422jeep.com.
Hey, this is Brian Veazey, the new PNC Bank Regional President. PNC Private Bank takes a steady, calculated approach to wealth management because boring banking can lead to brilliant outcomes. For more information, contact your local wealth advisor or visit pnc.com/privatebank. PNC Bank, brilliantly boring since 1865. PNC Bank, National Association, member FDIC.
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Have you looked at your roof lately? If not, don't wait until fall. Once cooler weather and storms arrive, small roofing issues quickly become expensive repairs. Right now is the perfect time to protect your home and save. Through August 31st, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding is offering 25% off a brand new roof. And here's one of the many reasons I've trusted Chapman over the years. They're a GAF Certified Plus contractor. It means they can offer the Silver Pledge warranty, adding up to 10 years of workmanship coverage that most roofing companies simply cannot. So if you've been thinking about replacing your roof, right now is the perfect time. Beat the fall rush, lock in your savings, enjoy peace of mind before the seasons change. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. Call them today. Get this on the calendar. Schedule your free consultation. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Offer ends August 31st. Tell them Dawn sent you.
For more expert appliance shopping advice, here's National Appliance Warehouse's own appliance guru.
Hello, let's talk premium. These are the top-of-the-line appliances that dream kitchens are made of. If you're planning an investment like this in your home, where you buy is as important as what you buy. At National Appliance Warehouse, we're committed to delivering the superior buying experience you deserve. Our showroom features beautifully displayed premium appliances of every major brand, including highly sought-after Monogram appliances. Our team of gurus is well-versed at guiding you as you navigate the same appliances you'd find in the most magnificent homes and the kitchens of cooking enthusiasts. And the National Appliance Warehouse team has the expertise to properly deliver and install your stunning new appliances.
The Friends and Family Savings Event is underway at National Appliance Warehouse. Elevate everything and save on Monogram appliances. Featuring sophisticated luxury and understated durability, you'll love expertly engineered and purposefully designed Monogram appliances. Click nationalappliancewarehouse.com or visit their showroom in tax-free Wilmington today.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back for buying gas. That's right, you can earn cash back with Upside just for buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside, and just last year, I made nearly $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get cash back? If you like extra cash, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back when you fill your tank. Use promo code FRESH to get an extra 35 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime, right to your bank or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code FRESH for a 35 cents per gallon bonus.
On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210 WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Auto Group Studios, experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
All right, it is Dom time. Welcome in, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Tip of the hat to Mike Gibson on Twitter. He says there is an audio book with each basket covered of Wilt scoring the 100 points. I don't know. How did they do that? How did they conspire? Who was the voice of it? It's all shadowy stuff. The big Wilt conspiracy. We have Mangione sentencing set for December 18th in the federal case. However, Josh Shapiro is starting to get nervous about how this anti-AI processing centers thing is going. This columnist says that this is problematic. This is not run-of-the-mill, not in my neighborhoodism. According to one report, only 8% of data center opponents live near one or a potential site. Now, I don't know the metric live near one, how many miles and all that. What I'm hoping is this is an all-out revolt against this nonsense. Not just the gargantuan water and all that, but the idea that a small number of people will be dictating things, the power of this, and the fact that it's overwhelming in every aspect of life. There is some artificiality that is running things, be it driverless SEPTA buses, even in sports analytics, depending on that, robotic surgery, just up and down the line, this idea that this is better. It's going to cure cancer, etc. So if only 8% are within any proximity, why are these people? Well, I told you why I think they're upset. It's free floating, and Josh Shapiro is on the wrong side of it. So he sends his minions yesterday to lay out that Josh Shapiro has a lot of executive actions that he might be taking to stop this stuff. But of course, he got all this money from Amazon and these other developers. He was all on board. He opened the door to them. And now he sees the revolt that is underway. And I truly believe this is a revolt that's going on here. And you can argue, well, these people are missing the caller we had this week, William, saying that these people are ignorant. I think he was implying we were ignorant here, too. Then he said, that just means you're lacking knowledge. Let me give you all the knowledge on this. No sale. I think we know enough about this to know that most communities don't want it. Josh Shapiro's play is to figure out an executive order that his masters, Amazon and the others, will be okay with. Hope that the anger is directed toward these commissions, like in King of Prussia, Upper Merion last night, and not toward him. He's the one that pushed this. These commissions are just being overwhelmed. But I'm looking at the sheer number of these AI projects, data processing centers across the country. It is enormous, with no sense of the outcome of what might happen here and how it might happen. And we're seeing a little bit of the beginning of a left-right coalition pushing back on this. I couldn't get Stacey Garrity yesterday. Look, I can only try. I think she ought to call for a moratorium, not just a pause. That would mean there'd be a vote on bills in Harrisburg to do want a moratorium. Oh, the Chinese. Look, if we don't have one of these cockamamie data processing centers out there in Upper Marion, does that mean the Chinese are going to beat us 100 years from now? Is that what we're really saying? I'm sick of that. Oh, the Chinese are behind what's going on in Upper Marion. Josh Shapiro will float that one out there soon. Yeah, we're going to lose out to the Chinese. And don't you want cancer cured, Dom? I'm already gearing up for Bill O'Reilly. It's going to be a slugfest. His book, I think he's on September 15th or thereabouts. He sent me a signed copy. But we'll pivot toward AI since he's such a fan of it. Okay, here are the phone lines. And Linda Kearns, by the way, joining us at 1:30. She's at the 25th Republican Lawyer Summit somewhere, probably in Graceland. And it is the anniversary of the passing of Elvis Presley this Sunday, and it'll be our side question on Monday. And it's always fun to talk to her about that. All righty, 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Let's go to Joe in Exton on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Joe.
Yes. Hello, Dom. Good afternoon.
Afternoon, Joe.
My youngster of celebration is little orphan Annie alongside her puppy dog and in the presence of her mentor, Daddy Warbucks.
Nicely played, Joe. Nice. I would say that's on brand. Mm-hmm. That fits. Oh, yeah. Little orphan Annie. We're not going to get that. I'm looking on Twitter. It's an explosion of answers. And when you think about it, real or fictional, there are a tremendous number of them. And I mentioned in the opener, this guy, Taylor Wilson, had his own nuclear reactor of sorts by the age of 14. Look, I'm all for kids, doing something. You don't have to wait to work if you're 14 and all. But should a 14-year-old have a nuclear reactor? Okay. It doesn't quite make any sense. All righty, 855-839-1210. You get a line here on Talk Radio 1210. A friend of the show, been on with us before, wrote a column as we head back to school. Well, first of all, did you notice the high school now that suddenly has an asbestos problem? Kensington High School. When did we talk about Kensington? Well, just a few days ago, because we told you Kensington High School spent $18 million to put in air conditioning. And in doing so, I don't know, did they trigger the asbestos that was there? Now, the students, 1 week or so before they go back at Kensington High School, have to go to other schools until January.
That's awful.
This fraudulent Philadelphia public school system. And did anybody in Action News, NBC 10, did they say, oh, and by the way, the second class of Lincoln High School freshmen will go to school in trailers. Why? Well, they have too many students. Why? Well, let Dom Giordano tell you. Because of illegal immigration. That's why. Can you imagine, just again, a week before they start school at a fraudulent date, they discover asbestos after putting in $18 million in air conditioning. Again, what's the penalty? There is no penalty. They're a monopoly. This wretched system. I'm getting to the Reverend Joshua Robertson, great guy. Been on the show multiple times. He just wrote a column. Jeff Yass, the billionaire, I think he's like the 26th wealthiest person in the world, was on my show once. And he talked about his idea. It costs now approximately in Philadelphia, says the Reverend Robertson, $42,621 for every student every year. If you gave these students, break it in half, 21,000, think about this, 21,000 to go, and Yass said this originally, to whatever school they and their parents wanted to go to, private school, and the other 21,000 put in escrow, even at a 2%, by the time they graduate, they would be worth $300,000. So where should we place our money as a society if we're going to spend that much per kid? in the Philadelphia public schools, who can't even open schools, we'll close them at the drop of a hat, $42,261 per student. And think about it. If these students opt out, it helps. There are fewer students to teach with the money that they have. Why don't they want to do it? They won't do it, any of this. And Democrats won't do it because they're oppressors. Because this is a civil right. And because there are too many dopes out there that don't revolt against this and join us demanding school choice. And school choice means the funding for it. That's exactly right. Think about it. Think about those students over in Kensington High School. They're in Kensington. How many strikes against you is that? Well, I would say it's 2 strikes against you. Nolan Ryan is standing out there when he's only about 30 years of age. And he's not pitching at 60 feet. He's pitching at 30 feet. And he may hit you in the head, too, and you know that. He's just feeling bad today. That's how many strikes it is against you to be in Kensington. And they close your school a week down after they touted putting in air conditioning because of asbestos. Just let these kids go. Democrats will never do that. They will let no one go. They will fight to the death over this. They want to indoctrinate. They want that money. They want the infrastructure. They want the teachers' unions. They love the teachers' unions. You know, it's amazing how the villain out there is the healthcare guy, today's news. But the teachers' unions, they're the good guys. Think about how ill-run it is. I have people tell me all the time, I'd rather do business and have to collect the money with the city of Philadelphia than the school district. Because they have a product. They're going to have kids forced to go there no matter what happens. Imagine 42,000. 21 goes to private school. Now, you can't go to any private school for 21. There are some you couldn't go to, but you could certainly go to the Catholic schools. And then you get the other in escrow over your school career. That's the ASK plan. The kid and his parent graduate, they get a good education, and then they have money to do something with. Now, if you want, give the money back to the taxpayers, half of it. Okay, or a quarter of it. I'm okay with that. They get a quarter of it to put in escrow. Just think about how big of a boondoggle this is. 42,261. And they can't even open up a school. So when they did this HVAC for $18 million, isn't there anybody there that checked for asbestos? Was there any kind of plan? All of a sudden, asbestos. That's it. And the school they have to go to is a defunct, closed middle school, Austin Meehan, in Northeast Philadelphia, pretty good distance away. How can they do something like that? They do it all the time. It's all part of what goes on in Philadelphia. Let me go to David in Lexington. David's next on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, David.
Hey, Don. Good afternoon. Good to talk to you.
Same here, David.
You know, you talk about 100-point scorers. There's only been one to do it in NCAA Division I basketball, and that's Frank Selby from the great University of Furman in Greenville, South Carolina.
Oh, yeah. Wait a minute. Now, everybody's climbing on. Zenos, the guy's got to be Greek. Everything goes through South Carolina now, Henry. We're starting another guy on this trip. Here we go. Mr. South Carolina. And Lindsey Graham was there to throw out the first jump ball.
Exactly. Well, that would have been Strom Thurmond back then. So.
Oh, yeah. You talk about legendary. Strom Thurmond campaigned with a funeral car, Henry. He slept in like the casket section in the back between stops.
Was it The Undertaker?
Well, he was in office when he was 101 at least, I think.
Geez.
Yeah, not making it up. Old Strom, yeah.
Yeah. Well, for my side answer, Dom, when I think of all-time kids from the past, you know, sometimes it's in the name. Sometimes your name just predestines you to be good or bad. Example, you're not going to see one of the great names of history be Joe from Columbus, David from Lexington, right? Likewise, my answer, this guy who at 9 years old was discovering things of geometry. He created a calculator at the age of 9 years old way, way back when, Blaise Pascal. You're not going to see a 12-year-old kid caught shoplifting or murder Who was it? Blaise Pascal. No, Blaise Pascal's going to do great things.
Oh, yeah.
You know, the name just determines what you're going to do in life. So for out there people having babies, think about the name, because the name determines what kind of path they'll take.
All right, thank you. I'm serious. That's the beauty of this show. He's glommed onto now. Well, did you know in South Carolina we have more shrimp? Xenos will be calling in with some Greek factoid made up probably today that will astound us.
I can't wait to hear about the Greek kids. Yeah,
Yeah, the Greek kids. You know, well, Alexander the Great was put in charge by the age of 16 when I was researching this of winning against several enemies. The king was away, and he let him in charge. He was 16. Well, guess what, Xenos? Joan of Arc was only 13. She was fighting the French in a 100-year war. They probably thought, well, you know, 100-year war, we're going to need somebody pretty young. Let's put a 13-year-old female in charge. Not tell everybody she's a female. Let's see what happens. She wins, and the prize is to get burned alive. Oh, my God. The French were saying, no. We're not taking any chances here with Joan of Arc. All right, phone lines. All right, and what did God have against the French? No, wait a minute. Was it the other way around? Joan of Arc was French. No. Yeah, she was in France. She wasn't in Britain. So I guess the English must have burned her alive.
Yeah, she's French.
She's French. The English burned her alive. Yeah. It was the English. Well, maybe God had something against them. Maybe that was possible. 855-839-1210. Grab a line. Linda Kearns at 1:30 today. And at 2 o'clock, Guy Henry really tracked down Hero, who fought back against gender-affirming care. I have to go let him tell it. Why was he going to go to jail if Trump had lost in the Biden administration? And how now his hospital, Texas Children's, is opening up a detransition center. That's a big change. 855-839-1210.
A plane has crashed into one of the towers of the World Trade Center.
The events of September 11th changed our nation forever. As we approach the 25th anniversary, Talk Radio 1210 WPHT is looking to hear directly from those who experienced that day firsthand. Were you a first responder who answered the call on September 11th? Were you in New York City, Washington, or near Shanksville? Share your story as part of our special 25th anniversary broadcast, 9/11 Through the Eyes of, a collection of personal memories, reflections, and experiences from those whose lives were forever changed. If you have a first-hand account and would like to be considered for an interview, visit 1210wpht.com/911story. Let's remember, honor, and preserve them for future generations. Go to 1210wpht.com/911story.
In Philadelphia, Chase is proud to root for the home team because they're our team too. We cheer from the bleachers and on the sidelines. We cheer for gymnasts and quarterbacks. And with more than 80 local Chase branches and 5,000 nationwide, we are right beside you, Philadelphia. Neighborhood bankers, digital tools, national strength. Chase, make more of what's yours.
JP Morgan Chase Bank, N.A. member FDIC.
In Philadelphia, when property damage hits, there's one name more homeowners and business owners trust than anyone else. Morano's Public Adjustment Group, the #1 public adjuster in Philly. Why? Because they don't work for the insurance company, they work for you, fighting to get you the maximum settlement you deserve. Fire, water, storm damage, even denied or underpaid claims. Morano's knows how to win. Don't settle for less. Call the team Philadelphia trusts most. Visit Morano'sAdjustment.com or call today. Morano's Public Adjustment Group, Philadelphia's #1 public adjuster.
Is reviewing life insurance on your to-do list? Now's the perfect time to add it. A friend recently told me that securing life insurance sooner rather than later can help you lock in lower rates for years to come. So I bumped this up on my list and got it done. I called SelectQuote and couldn't believe how easy and affordable life insurance is. I'm 40 and got a $500,000 policy for $16 a month. My husband's also 40 and his $500,000 policy was only $18 a month. Plus, with SelectQuote, SelectQuote same-day coverage. There was no medical exam required, and we were covered by the time we hung up. Knowing I have this checked off my list feels amazing, but the peace of mind knowing my family is protected feels even better.
Call SelectQuote at 1-800-329-1010. That's 1-800-329-1010. Or go to SelectQuote.com to get your free quote today. That's 1-800-329-1010. Details on example rate at SelectQuote.com.
Chronic inflammation, mysterious allergies, a lack of energy that just won't go away. If you've been to doctor after doctor with no real answers, the culprit might be hiding right inside your home or workplace. Toxic mold exposure is a silent health crisis. It wreaks havoc on your immune system and is frequently missed by traditional medicine. But you don't have to suffer in the dark. Dr. Molly Fantasia and the compassionate healthcare providers at Innovative Medical Associates are here to help you regain your quality of life. At their Marlton, New Jersey clinic, the team specializes in identifying and treating complex, unknown symptoms through holistic, non-intrusive therapies. Using customized autoimmune therapy and medical hydration, Dr. Molly works to safely clear out mold toxicity, reduce inflammation, and heal your immune system from the inside out. Don't settle for just managing your symptoms. Get back to living. Call Innovative Medical Associates today or visit innovativemedicalassociates.com.
Now you can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
You are with Dom at 855-839-1210. So the Mangione trial today, a CNN correspondent, CNN now really went off on the pleading of Mangione's lawyer. And this woman was a CNN analyst, lawyer in the past, now heading up his defense team. And in front of the widow, not sure about any kids there, she talked about empathy for Mr. Mangione, about enduring severe pain from a broken back and the healthcare industry failing him miserably. My goodness. Here I thought he was a hero. I thought that's what the left told him. He was just striking a blow for everybody. Now it was debilitating pain. And this guy represented the insurance industry that was doing everything it could not to give him the proper health care that he paid for. And that's why he stalked him and shot him. My goodness. Look, the healthcare industry, particularly, we probably have all kinds of people that have been through some really difficult things. We know that. But this cold-bloodedly stalking him, 3D gun, shooting this guy is the exemplar of that, to strike a blow. Take that. Now you're going to listen to people more. By the way, I saw this. The Senate was told that passing the Save America Act would not move the needle for them that much. Oh, yeah? Well, it really has dampened the spirits of just about everybody. Scott Presler would tell you that they didn't even deign to do it. They were told by their pollster to be attacking insurance companies is what they ought to be doing in the midterm. Now, look, I'm open to that. I think the healthcare industry, insurance, and the type of stuff that goes into this is beyond cockamamie, without a doubt. Is that where Republicans ought to be going in the Senate? So watch for that if they follow the pollster, and that's where they go. But this guilty plea today has kind of surprised people, not even fighting it, and hoping for a lesser sentence, even though he admitted he knew exactly what he's doing, cross state lines, stalking, 3D gun, wanted to kill him, silencer, etc. There you go. A hero. Unapologetic, though, at all. Not apologizing for it. Back pain. Let's go to Gary in Newtown on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Gary.
Hey, Mike. Happy Friday. Good to talk to you today.
Yeah, thank you. We're going to continue to. Well, Mike Gonzalez is invited to be a co-host for a week. Can you imagine the studio? Well, Mike, I like that point you made. My God, what a. I think we slipped into the twilight zone yesterday. We got back out, but we were there.
Mm-hmm. No problem, Don.
Yeah, thank you.
Jeez.
Yeah.
So, I love movies, and I love when the casting directors actually get the cast right. It's like kind of like You Can't Handle the Truth. Whoever put that together, it really was perfect. So my answer today is Gene Wilder as Willy Wonka, who builds this monstrous chocolate candy empire, and then decides he's such a kid because he got all of his creations as he was a kid. He's going to take the whole thing and give it to an honest kid.
Very well done. I like it. It's outside the box. Yeah, an answer like that. Exactly what we're looking for. 855-839-1210. Linda Kern's coming up. She's at this Republican law conference, but mainly the passing of Elvis. Is it 51 years ago? I think last year was the 50th. Maybe I'm off. Was it 74 or 75?
Let me look into that.
Yeah, I think it was around then. Happens on the date is on this Sunday.
77.
Oh, 77. So coming up on the 50th. Now that is staying power, without a doubt. But the side question on Monday is probably going to be someone whose death, a public figure, shocked you, moved you. Maybe you even remember where it happened, that it got to you. I'd say for a lot, it was, back in the day, John F. Kennedy. That was one of the first times we've seen that communicated in that manner that quickly. But it could be any number of people that, their passing just makes the world not as good. So be thinking about that one. We'll work that in on Monday. I mentioned every day becoming more convinced that AOC is going to be 1, 2, or 3, the top candidates on the Democrat side. So this stuff that she's peddling on woke 1 versus woke 2, key factoid now people are talking about, she's trying to use COVID. Everybody was a little bit nuts during COVID. No. This woke stuff started before COVID, maybe several years before it. And part of it wasn't just the George Floyd summer and stuff like that. It was canceling people. Today, not as much. You can imagine at the high point of it, someone like Sophie Cunningham would be canceled. Today, she's got a book deal. Yeah, she's under fire. These women are trying to do all kinds of stuff, but I don't think the Fever or the League has the power to get her out in any way, shape, or form. Not that she should have been, but in the past, that would be cancel territory. So it's going to be interesting to see if more women now come forward to see that you're not necessarily going to be canceled just because you are against the prevailing opinion there, which is, we don't even know what it is with the WNBA. When will they take it up again? I think they're just going to hope it calms down a little bit. And over the last day or so, it has calmed down a little bit, but there'll be other spasms here. And part of it is not just race. Part of it is the gender thing. Part of it is the LGBTQ thing. And this league had been there in plain sight all along. Then came along Caitlin Clark, more people paid attention. And now they're aghast seeing how bad it is. All right, Linda Kern's next here on Talk Radio 1210. Let's talk for a moment about people, many times, it's women. And I've interviewed several that have gone to Dr. Bent's. And one woman said, I'm not old, I'm vintage, that had gone there. And I wanted to take care of and get a beautiful smile and really get great underlying dentistry. I'd always put that off. The money wasn't there, the family, the whole thing. Well, a healthy, beautiful smile is an investment in yourself and your confidence. It's not vanity. So whether you've been thinking about replacing missing teeth, improving your smile, or restoring the ability to eat and smile comfortably, you don't have to keep putting it off. Dr. Robert Bentz and Dr. Emily Bentz, board-certified prosthodontists, specialize in complex restorative and cosmetic dentistry. Their expertise is unparalleled. I've been a patient 12 years now, Dr. Bentz. Dental implants, veneers, crowns, full mouth rehabilitation, comprehensive smile makeovers, personalized, compassionate approach. And we've talked about dental fear, how they cope with that with you. This is the time to take care of this. This is your shot. You spent a lifetime investing in the people you love. Now invest in yourself. Start with your smile. Just get that initial consultation with Dr. Bentz or Dr. Emily Bentz, 610-272-6949. 610-272-6949.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I was paralyzed with fear.
Then
I heard a commercial for Optima Tax Relief.
Optima Tax Relief is the leading tax resolution firm and have resolved over $3 billion for their clients.
Optima Tax Relief settled my IRS tax bill.
Call Optima now for a free consultation.
It was amazing.
Call 800-354-2840. 800-354-2840.
Optima Tax Relief.
For details, visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
At Odyssey, we believe in creating a diverse and inclusive workforce. We also value the power of community and encourage local organizations to help us in referring qualified applicants to our stations. If you're a community organization interested in receiving our vacancy information, simply email equalemployment@odyssey.com. You'll be notified of all our open positions. That's equalemployment@odyssey.com. And for all our listeners, please visit odysseyinc.com/careers for a list of job openings at all Odyssey radio stations.
My obstructive hypertrophic cardiomyopathy kept me from baseball games with my boys. The stairs were too much. With Camzyos, my symptoms have improved and I can be more active again. Camzyos is a cardiac myosin inhibitor, the first in its class to treat adults with symptomatic OHCM. Camzyos may improve your symptoms and ability to be active. And it reduced obstruction in the heart 4 times more.
In a 30-week study, Camzyos, mavacamten, reduced post-exercise obstruction on average 47 units of pressure versus 10 with placebo. Results may vary. Camzyos may cause serious side effects, including heart failure that can lead to death, a risk that's increased with serious infection, irregular heartbeat, or with certain other medicines. Do not stop, start, or change medicines or dose without telling your doctor. You must have echocardiograms before and during treatment. Seek help for new or worsening heart failure symptoms. Camzyos is only available through a restricted program. Before taking, tell your doctor about all your medical conditions and current or planned pregnancy, as Camzyos may harm your unborn baby.
Visit Camzyos.com or call 1-855-CAMZYOS. Actor Portrayal.
Tomorrow's 7:10 Phillies Twins game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT tomorrow.
Late summer heat has hit Philly hard and August humidity is peaking. Don't let your energy bills skyrocket before taking action on failing windows. Call the pros at Window Nation right now. Throughout August, get 50% off all window styles, plus 0 down payment and no payments or interest for 2 full years. Upgrade to energy-efficient windows from Window Nation. They install in just 1 day or less. Beat the heat, protect your budget, and save big today. Schedule your fast, free consultation now at windownation.com.
Weather sponsored by Crystal Cave Park.
Quiet conditions continue in the forecast through the afternoon. We'll have a mixture of sunshine and clouds. Still hot with a high of around 90 degrees. For tonight, partly cloudy skies with a low of around 72 for the city. A bit cooler in the suburbs.
Now back to the Piazza Auto Group studios. Experience the power of one with 8 brands and 25 locations. This is Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
All right, Sunday, 1977, so 49 years ago, we lost Elvis. How does Linda Kearns go about commemorating that? She's at a big 25th annual Republican Lawyers Summit. Is Elvis on the agenda there? Some ipso facto hocus pocus? She's on Zoom, too. I don't know I thought she'd be at a big hotel there. They'd be discussing mandamus writs and everything else. Linda Kearns, youtube.com/1210. What town are you in, Linda?
I'm in Detroit, Michigan.
Oh, good choice. That seems like, what's the mood? Do you sense anything on the ground, the big Michigan race?
Well, so this is the 25th annual Republican National Lawyers Association election law seminar. So we do this every summer, and it's really interesting. It is off the record. There's no press here, but we all get together and we have speeches and so forth, and sessions to just learn about election law.
Do they know of what Linda Kearns has done here in the Delaware Valley? So much so that very skeptical talk radio people bought into the 2024 election and what to do because of you.
They do know here. I often speak at this conference. I took off this summer. I am not speaking this summer, but yeah, no, I'm pretty well known across the country for election law.
Good,
Absolutely.
good. Well, and I meant really, the perceptual part of this is the really, really hard part for people to believe. It gets harder every day, given what the other side is up to. Linda, what's the theme this year? Is it a look toward the midterms? Is there a particular, because as you know, election integrity, but listeners, that's among our top 3 issues to talk about.
And it should be. So here we are like talking about the midterms, but there's tons of court cases out there, and we're talking about each state's efforts and where those efforts are being concentrated. So this is really the Republican National Lawyers Association organization. It's a great organization. I'm thrilled that we're in our 25th. This is our 25th annual conference, and I just learn a lot from being with all these other election lawyers. And Dom, these are real lawyers. They're not like you who just spouts out words that he thinks are legal and then he thinks sounds good. So I'm not running into people here who are just spouting out ipso facto and then think they know everything. So that's not going on here.
Bring them on. I'll argue against them in court. Your Honor, I plead guilty. Well, wait a minute. You're the defense attorney. Okay.
Well, speaking of arguing, I wanted to propose a side question for Monday.
Okay.
Because it's the day after the Elvis's anniversary, Elvis's death, right? And I think the topic should be the side question should be topics that Dom Giordano is afraid to debate Linda on, so he fixes the audience. And off the board right away, we'll have to take Jaws, because I already debated you on that on one. So you can have listeners call in and suggest all the other topics that you're afraid to debate me on. And that's related to Elvis, because that's the only reason you won the Elvis Sinatra debate, was because you loaded that audience with people of Italian descent from South Philly.
That was easy to do. Well, we'll consider. No, what we probably are going to do is a death that moved you, because Elvis's death certainly did. Linda, do you remember where you were, what you were thinking when that? Were you a fan of Elvis at that point, or too young?
Yeah. So I was to give away my age, I was 10 when he died, and I absolutely remember it. My dad was a huge Elvis fan, and at the time, if any of the audience remembers, we didn't have all these channels on TV, so you would only have, here in the Delaware Valley, 3, 6, and 10. And I remember the pictures of all of those people, at Graceland. And I remember the cover of the Evening Bulletin. That's the paper we read at the time, with the pictures of everyone at Graceland. And I think, when Henry and Kirk, thank you for booking me. I always have to say hi to my producers. When he said that you wanted to talk about this, I think that, Elvis was very young when he died. He was 42. And I think that let's take away from that. None of us know how long we have, and to make every day count. So that's what I would like people to take away from that.
Absolutely. Do you do anything special, though, on Sunday?
No. Well, last year I actually went to Graceland for this they call this Elvis Week. But this year I'm here. So, no, I'll think about it. I know it may sound a little over the top, but I listen to Elvis music almost every day, practically every day. It's my go-to music. It calms me down. I like it in the background when I'm working. So it's something that I like.
Well, I would have to defer to you ipso facto as the number one Elvis fan that we know. What is the song? If Elvis had one song, what is it to Linda Kearns?
I love Suspicious Minds. I do think that's a great song, but he had so many. Amazing. He sang a lot of gospel. He sang a great rendition of Amazing Grace, which is really beautiful. And the movie that came out, Epic, Elvis Presley in Concert, which was basically they took his old concert footage and basically strung it together in a movie so that he tells his own story. If you watch that, and it's now available on streaming, I of course bought it so that I have it and I can play it whenever I want, but you can see it on a lot of the streaming channels now. And I think that you see he's become a little bit of a caricature, over the years with the costumes and so forth. But when you watch that movie, I think you understand just the rare talent that God gave him. And I think Elvis knew that God gave him that rare talent. And it's great that he was able to use it and bring his gift of music to everybody.
I am glad you said that. Elvis and Amazing Grace, despite all the hits, that's what I'd go with. And my measure is always, is there something about the person that's just not world-class, musicality, whatever? There's a bigness to it. There's a mystique. And Elvis, that's big, and it always will be. I mean, there is just no doubt about it.
Yeah, Elvis had this, certain people have just a charisma. They have a person like me. Like I come on your show, your audience loves
God,
me.
they go wild. Give
That.
us more Linda Kearns all day long. Yes.
I have that charisma, but Elvis had just this personality, this charisma, like you just couldn't take your eyes off him. He really commanded that stage. He really knew how to engage the audience, and a lot of performers definitely learned from him. And I think that flattery isn't that imitation's the best form of flattery. Sure. And look at all the Elvis impersonators there are out there.
Well, one closing story: Dan got the Oak Ridge Boys on. They were doing something here in town. They had a local connection. Somehow or another, I asked them, the big moment. One of them was going to sing backup with a group with Elvis, and he had done 5,000 performances, this Oak Ridge guy, by then. And he said, I was throwing up, stuff like that, though. And then Elvis was 2 hours late. It didn't matter. When he walked in, I couldn't sing a note. It was just.
I bet.
Yeah, I can't believe I'm with Elvis. Exactly. Hey, Linda, enjoy. Go ahead.
Well, don't forget, I'm in for Dawn all next week.
Oh, God.
Oh, no.
So I think, we might even do a crossover on Monday. I might bring some things. I hope the Piazza Honda people don't mind. I might bring some things to put behind me, or maybe I'll, you can leave them up during your show so you can see Elvis's face, while you're on the radio. So we'll, I'll go over all that with Henry.
All right. We'll do the crossover. This will be something here. Henry, file that writ of appeals, and I don't have to do a crossover at Linda Kearns right now.
And give me a full report on Monday.
Okay.
I told Rose specifically she's supposed to greet you when you get home with the martini and the slippers. So I want a full report because I'll go after her, Dom, if she's not. Because Elvis was the king of rock and roll. You are the king of talk radio.
Thank you, Linda, very much. Can you imagine Kirk going after Roe? Oh, my God. It's unprecedented.
No.
I mean, there couldn't be a sweeter. And here, the banshee from Election Integrity goes after her. Yeah, Roe doesn't think that's so. The bell for a while she thought was pretty funny. I only got 1 weekend of ringing the bell. After that, the slippers, and I need from Linda a non-itchy mask. When you're sleeping, I don't know how those people wear the mask to block out.
I always end up throwing mine like across the room. Like I'll wake up
one?
to the sun. Yeah, I do. I'll wake up to the sun still because that's like a lot of sun gets in my room. So I'll still wake up to the sun. I'll be like, what the heck? Where did it go? And it's on the floor, like on the other side of the room.
That's not itchy. Oh, I'm itchy.
No, it's not itchy at all. I just move around too much to keep it on.
God. Why would you do that? Why did you start doing it?
Because the sun wakes me up at the crack of dawn, and I'm like, I don't want to be up.
Well,
yet.
wait a minute. That's when you should be starting to book guests.
That's Dom Giordano time.
Exactly.
Right, exactly.
Well, Dom, I'll make sure to get you a non-itchy mask, okay? I mean, it sounds like you're basically asking me to do that. So
we are. Thank you, Linda. Thank you very much.
All right. Thank you for having me on again. Thank you to my producers. I like to call them my producers, Henry and Kurt.
Thank you.
All next week with Linda Kearns. Oh, marking that down. That means I'm dragooned again. There'll be 9 out of 10 days I'm not in my own studio. I have to do the warm-up studio that really doesn't exist. Oh, God. 855-839-1210. All right, we're coming to your call. So Monday, we're probably going to be thinking of a public figure whose death moved you. Maybe you remembered fondly. Maybe there was something you look back on with humor, or just, oh, my God, I can't believe. The biggest one that I remember public here, and I was at WWDB then, was when Frank Rizzo died. It was mind-boggling what happened. Of course, his connection with talk radio on a local level, that's probably the biggest. All right, we are looking for somebody who, as a kid, was world-class. Could be fictional, could be real. These are really good answers on this. And Monday, we'll go down the death that made a difference. 855-839-1210. At 2 o'clock, you don't want to miss a true hero. The doctor who, it took a while for Henry to get him on. He's operating a lot. He was at Texas Children's Hospital, and he wasn't going along with the gender-affirming care. And as a result of several things, he was scheduled to go to jail. If Trump had lost, the Biden administration was putting him in jail. Think about the outcome of that election, right? And now at Texas Children's, they have a detransition center. I say it every day. We are winning on this issue. But Dom, they are going to do it. But look at the damage. Look at the buffoonery of the WNBA. They can't even meet to define by their own standards who qualifies. In essence, what a woman is. How you would go about that. I still think they're going to land on some kind of hormonal thing. They're going to try to do that. And that is so degrading. We're winning on this issue. It's going to come up in the midterms, and they're going to cry and whine and say, why do you keep on bringing it up? Well, then stop it. Just stop doing this, and we'll stop it. 855-839-1210.
The Phillies are back on 1210 this weekend.
Going back is Young to the track. Look it up. It's gone into the hedges, and Harper with a two-run shot.
Be here Saturday as the Phils face the Minnesota Twins. Coverage starts at 6:30.
Pretty well hit. Going back counter to the track. At the wall. Jumps. It's gone.
Phillies baseball. Saturday night on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT and on the free Odyssey app.
Squeeze. Tried, tested, and Trixie's. 53 years of songwriting live. With special guests Adam Ant and Leon Tilbrook. Friday, August 28th, Borgata Hotel, Casino, and Spa. Squeeze. Get tickets now at theborgata.com. Don't miss Squeeze live.
Have you been putting off going to the dentist or addressing that complex dental procedure you've been putting off? Well, stop procrastinating. I want to talk to you about my friend, my dentist, and the undisputed master of dental implants, Dr. Mike Veneria. Hey, it's Rich Zioli. Dr. Mike is my dentist, my family's dentist, and he is the dentist that other doctors and dentists go to and refer their patients to. He's the guy the experts call the expert in handling complex dental surgeries and procedures. He's been recognized by his peers for 12 years in a row as the master of complex dentistry. See, with Dr. Mike Veneria, it's not about cost, it's about care. Dr. Mike, it's about compassion and commitment to your health. So when it comes to your health, including your dental health, which is key, you want the best. You deserve the best. Bridget got a beautiful smile upgrade from Dr. Mike last year, and Mama Zioli discovered him for our family, and the whole Zioli family goes to see Dr. Mike Veneria. With 2 offices to serve you in Cinnaminson and Woodbury, make your appointment today, veneriadental.com.
Summer's winding down, and now's the perfect time to get your home organized before fall arrives. Whether it's the master closet, garage, pantry, home office, or mudroom, Closet Factory Philadelphia designs custom storage solutions built around the way you live. A more organized home means less clutter, less stress, and more time enjoying what matters most. This August, make organization your next home improvement project. Visit ClosetFactory.com today and schedule your free in-home design consultation. Closet Factory Philadelphia, custom organization designed for your life.
Hey, this is Larry Steinitz with Investor Schooling. I've been talking about myself for all these years. Now it's time for you to hear from one of our great clients.
Investor Schooling lives up to the promises. Larry's a great teacher, teaches about the whole new approach to thinking about money. I've taken to heart many of the things that he's taught me, and my financial life has improved.
Come to Investor Schooling, and you could be just like Charlie and change your financial life. Go to investorschooling.com. We will see you Thursday.
You don't need another opinion, just the facts.
What caused that crash on the Schuylkill? Will it rain before the kids' game? What happened at the school board meeting last night?
At KYW News Radio, we don't take sides. We take notes, delivering the information you need to make the best decisions for your family.
The news you need whenever you need it.
Depend on KYW News Radio, Philadelphia's most trusted news leader for more than 60 years.
Calling on East Greenville to follow Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the free Odyssey app. Download it today.
Could this year get any worse?
Dom Giordano presents aggressive women
Your words are garbage, and you're a bad person at this point.
gone wild.
This is kind of a subcategory, maybe, an all-time Karen, don't touch me, to this cop who, if he were a Philadelphia cop, they would have drummed him out of the ranks. She would have been hogtied in 15 seconds. YouTube.com/1210. You really have to see this versus the hearing of it. She's pulled over, and her refusal to comply, I don't think she says, you know who I am. I didn't hear that. That's the ultimate.
No.
Right there, though, they ought to add it 10 years to your sentence. We'll call it the Sonny Hostin rule. Listen to this exchange where the cop, I think, is overly polite, just telling her to put her hands behind her back. She's going to be handcuffed after a certain point. Here's how it sounded.
In the car. Stay in the car.
Oh, I'm sorry. I don't have time for this.
No, you're staying in the car.
Don't have time for this.
Stay in the car. Stay in the car.
Can I help you, sir?
Stay in the car. You're getting pulled over.
Thank you.
Send me another unit. Stay in the car.
I need to go.
No, I need to see your license, registration, proof of insurance.
I can't do that.
You're
right
going to
now.
be placed under arrest.
That's fine.
Okay.
No,
Hands
don't touch me. Don't touch me. I'll put my hands anywhere. Just stop touching me.
Hands behind your back.
Stop touching me.
Hands
Stop
behind your
touching
back.
me. Stop touching me.
Turn around, hands
Stop
behind your
touching
back.
me, and I will put my
Turn
hands
around.
behind my back. If you stop touching me, I will
Turn
put my
around,
hands...
hands behind your back.
Excuse me, sir?
You are going to be placed under arrest. Turn around, hands behind your back.
Please stop touching me.
You're placed under arrest for
Why?
obstruction. Hands behind your back.
Of what? Justice?
Yes.
This is justice?
Yes.
I have somewhere to be, man.
Hands behind your back.
No.
The officer calls for backup as the suspect refuses to cooperate with any of his instructions.
Turn around, hands behind your back. Please, do not do this.
I'm not doing that.
Please, what the heck?
Last time I dealt with cops, they beat the shit out of me.
Okay, well, we're not looking to do that.
Who the f*** is me? I just see you.
I'm placing you under arrest.
What?
Turn around.
What did I do?
Put your hands behind your back.
What did I do? What did I do?
You're placed under arrest
Why?
for obstruction.
Of what?
Motor vehicle stop.
A motor
because you're
vehicle
looking
stop.
to leave. Turn around, hands behind your back.
I'm looking to
Turn
leave
around.
this situation.
All right, Henry, stop for a second here. Your blood pressure, as you were cutting this, I only saw the beginning of it. I think it went up 10 points. By seeing this.
Like you talk about like the whole like do you know who I am thing.
Yeah.
This might be more pompous than that.
Yes.
The whole like I have somewhere to be. I don't have time for
man.
this right now.
I don't have time, man.
What are you talking about?
Yeah, and why does the cop say, please put your hands behind the back?
Yeah, he's being overtly nice.
Yes,
yeah, and,
exactly.
And she's trying to get away. She's like, I don't have time for this. I got my keys, I got my wallet. I'm out of here.
Yeah, here, go take a look at it yourself.
And she's single.
My God, unbelievable. By the way, Mike Gibson, another contribution. We told you today that Kensington High School suddenly is shut down until January. The kids have to go to Austin Meehan to go there. They just put in $18 million in air conditioning. Now they discover asbestos. He says, and thank you, Mike, Austin Meehan Middle School is apparently right behind Lincoln. Now, Lincoln is the site of the freshman class going to school in a trailer, a massive series of trailers. Behind it will be the kids that get shuttled over 7 miles away from their own school because of the air conditioning asbestos thing. All in one area. Come on, media, do your job. If this isn't it's like a statue to how fraudulent the Philadelphia public schools are. They just look, I know some of these buildings are ancient. They have $5 billion a year. Guy Shiraki has documented how many times rats running around, everything else. Now they have a school that was closed, going to be used by kids from 7 miles away, while other kids, the entire freshman class, goes to school in a trailer complex hooked up to Lincoln. Why? Overcrowding. Yeah. I like to debate them. They just say the overcrowding is now, it's popular. Oh, that area in Northeast Philadelphia is just overly popular. Is that why? Or is it the illegal immigration? Even the Inquirer hints it's the illegal immigration that's flooded that area. They don't have enough seats in the school, so they came up with a complex of trailers. I got to get up there and count the trailers. And they all lead then into the school. You go through all these hallways.
Are they going to add more?
Oh, because of the Austin Million?
Yeah.
No, they're opening up a school within a week that's been shut down for quite a while.
Okay.
Can you imagine what that's going to be like? Oh, my
Dirty.
God. Oh, can you imagine? And they have to be there until January from Kensington. You know, come January, they're going to say, we need a few more months. Then they'll say, well, it's 100 degrees out. So $18 million in air conditioning in a building you can't use. Nice work, Philadelphia Public Schools. Okay, coming up, we'll talk with this doctor who is a hero. I think he's still at the same hospital, the Texas Children's Hospital, where they've added a detransition clinic because of all these kids that have been harmed by so-called gender-affirming care. CHOP, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia, maybe you should pay attention to this, but you're not. You got powerful people, you got a lot of money, and you're defiant. We'll see. We'll see who wins in the end with this. 855-839-1210 and Dom's Money Melody for a big prize, all on Talk Radio 1210.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack. Sure, you can post your job to some job board, but then all you can do is hope the right person comes along. Which is why you should try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter doesn't depend on candidates finding you. It finds them for you. Its powerful technology identifies people with the right experience and actively invites them to apply to your job. You get qualified candidates fast. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you what you're looking for. The needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And right now, you can try ZipRecruiter for free. That's right, free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free. ZipRecruiter.com/free.
ZipRecruiter. Hey, Dawn Stensland here. Have you looked at your roof lately? If not, don't wait until fall. Once cooler weather and storms arrive, small roofing issues quickly become expensive repairs. Right now is the perfect time to protect your home and save. Through August 31st, Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding is offering 25% off a brand new roof. And here's one of the many reasons I've trusted Chapman over the years. They're a GAF Certified Plus contractor. It means they can offer the Silver Pledge warranty, adding up to 10 years of workmanship coverage that most roofing companies simply cannot. So if you've been thinking about replacing your roof, right now is the perfect time. Beat the fall rush, lock in your savings, enjoy peace of mind before the seasons change. Chapman Windows, Doors, and Siding. Call them today. Get this on the calendar. Schedule your free consultation. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. ChapmanWindowsDoors.com. Offer ends August 31st. Tell them Dawn sent you.
Looking for an auto repair shop you can actually trust? McCullough's Auto Repair has been serving Delco since 1999. They believe honesty, fairness, and friendly service still matter. Chuck and Ralph run the place. No matter your car's issue, they'll explain it in plain English and help you decide what really needs to be done now and what can wait. Chuck's motto is, I'll never steer you wrong. Call McCullough's at 610-446-1230 and ask for Chuck or Ralph. Or visit McCulloughsAutoRepair.com.
Today we're constantly taking photos and videos to remember our favorite moments. But what about those captured before the smartphone? What about the memories tucked away on aging VHS tapes, film reels, or in fading photos?
These cherished memories are fading away with time, vulnerable to threats like heat, moisture, and mold. But fear not, there's a solution to safeguard your legacy. Hi, I'm Adam.
And I'm Nick. Together we founded Legacy Box over a decade ago with one mission, to bring your memories into the 21st century.
It's time to bid farewell to old tapes you can't watch and faded photos. Legacy Box transforms them into digital treasures, ready to share with a click.
Just like magic, your shoebox of memories is now safely stored in the cloud or on a thumb drive.
Over 1 million families have trusted Legacy Box, so you can rest assured your priceless moments are in good hands.
Don't let your childhood fade away on old tapes. It's time to digitize those priceless moments.
Fast forward into the digital age. Visit legacybox.com/radio. That's legacybox.com/radio.
Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10.
There's also different clientele at a casino Tuesday morning at 10 a.m. versus 2 a.m. on a Friday night. If you don't have money in your pocket, you shouldn't be allowed in a casino because so many people just loiter there, make it a bad experience for other people that are trying to have some fun with their disposable income. I'm always amazed by a 65-year-old grandmother who can sit at a slot machine for hours and just keep pulling the lever.
Yep.
It blows me away.
Look, they have buses from this area
Oh,
that
I
take
know.
senior citizens early in the morning.
You don't have to go to Atlantic City. You go to parks.
Start your day with Kale and Company, weekday mornings, 6 till 10 on Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, and the free Odyssey app. On Philadelphia's Talk Radio 1210, WPHT, WPHT HD, WOGL HD3, Philadelphia. From the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Always live on the free Odyssey app. It's Dom time. Now, Dom Giordano.
It is Dom time. When we saw this story, this very good story, Henry and I, that Texas Children's Hospital was opening up this detransition clinic, if you will. We thought back to Dr. Anton Heim. Dr. Anton was somebody, Henry. Anton. I butchered it 3 times. Anton Heim. And the doctor was so consumed with surgery and everything else, we had a great deal of difficulty getting him on. The 2024 election was very paramount in his life, as I remember it. The outcome would determine whether or not he was practicing or in jail. He joins us again here on youtube.com/1210. Doctor, welcome back. We thought about you immediately. Give us a little background for listeners. What is it that you did that resulted in legal difficulties or did not do?
Yeah, so first of all, thank you for having me on. It's great to talk to you again. But the brief background is in May of 2023, I was a surgical resident at Baylor College of Medicine in Houston, Texas, which is affiliated with Texas Children's Hospital. That's one of our primary teaching hospitals. And I was an anonymous whistleblower in a story with Christopher Rufo that was released on May 16th, 2023. And the story was about how Texas Children's Hospital, the largest children's hospital in the world, was lying about the existence of their gender program. Because the year before, Attorney General Ken Paxton had released an opinion that gender interventions in children could constitute child abuse. That was in March of 2022. So right after that, the hospital releases a big public statement that says, we're no longer doing these interventions, not happening at Texas Children's Hospital. That's what they told the public, but behind closed doors, it was the exact opposite. In fact, the Monday after they released that statement on a Friday, they were inserting puberty blockers into an 11-year-old girl. So they didn't even let one business day go between the statement and then doing these interventions. And I was able to see what happened over the next year where it became an institutional priority. So I blew the whistle and I was anonymous. And then a couple of days after I blew the whistle, another anonymous whistleblower, it was a nurse who worked inside the gender clinic, also blew the whistle to Christopher Rufo after seeing the original story of me in the news. I was anonymous, so we didn't know each other at the time. So the story, it's blows up in the news, kind of has a little news cycle, but then everything dies down. We all move on with our lives. A month later, the feds show up to my home on the day of my graduation from surgical training. And for the next year and a half, the rest is history where, I was investigated criminally, a remarkably corrupt investigation. The indictment was built on fraudulent evidence that the people who were putting it together knew was fraudulent. Went through this long prosecution, and then ultimately it was dismissed on January 24th, 2025, 4 days after the Trump administration came into power.
Yeah, you had a lot riding on that election, to put it mildly. So is it a fair statement in your judgment, someone who suffered on this front, that either the combination of the science or using the federal government's threats on all this, it has awakened pretty much the universe that was doing this stuff to stop it.
And that's really, I would say it's the latter. It's the government's heavy hand, them putting their boot so far on our necks that had really activated regular people to stand up and fight against it. And our story really demonstrates that and it goes with this TCH settlement, from last week, right? I mean, this is one of the biggest stories in the whole issue because what happened was the nurse who blew the whistle a few days after me, a true hero she is. The FBI showed up to her home 1 month after they showed up to my home. And because the FBI did that, the nurse calls Christopher Rufo. Christopher Rufo calls me because he knew that at the time we had a legal team. So because the FBI showed up, that put both of us on the same team, me and this nurse. We were kept separate from each other for about the next 2 years, a year and a half maybe, because we knew we were being surveilled by like 5 different agencies. Like our phones, we were being watched. So our stories play out in tandem with my attorney, Marcella Burke, a true hero, as the conduit between. And I didn't know what was happening on her end. She didn't know what was happening on my end. But what the nurse discovers, her name is Vanessa Sivich, what she discovers is that there's medical fraud going on in the gender clinic. And all of that turned out into the TCH settlement. It was because the government tried to destroy Vanessa Sivich that she was able to be put in touch with an attorney, and then they discovered this medical fraud. And it was only because of that they brought this medical fraud forward in a False Claims Act lawsuit, which ultimately revealed that Texas Children's Hospital had been using fraudulent billing codes going back to 2010, that long, on both adults and children.
So, Doctor, what the result is, though, is that I want to move to now, the detransition. I just saw this, and I'm not sure it's just the pressure of the lawsuit. But what I'm saying is, under this pressure, whatever, the only place that I know of, you may know of a few other outliers, Children's Hospital of Philadelphia arrogantly is still throwing down the gangplank here to take on and continue to do what they're doing. And here that hospital in Texas now has a detransition clinic. I salute them, even if it's under duress.
And it really is the most remarkable thing, because to think it was an outcome that none of us could even have ever fathomed before it was announced. I mean, it's just, even today, like thinking about it, it's just hard to wrap my head around. So, in the detransitioner clinic is a stipulation of the healthcare fraud settlement. So not only do they have to pay $10 million in restitution to settle healthcare fraud claims, right? Not only do they have to change their bylaws, not only do they have to fire a couple of doctors, not only do they have to institute hospital-wide policies that they will never do sex-rejecting interventions again, but they have to do something it's not only punitive, now what they have to do is restorative. And that's really the most important thing, because what does all this amount to? Like, why are we even fighting? The reason is because young children and even vulnerable adults have been harmed by doctors who exploited their vulnerability. And the detransitioner clinic is going to be the attempt to restore that. And I'll tell you, even though the Texas Children's Hospital, there's issues with the administration, these people have done some very bad things. I've worked there for years, right? I took care of the sickest children in the world at TCH. And the doctors there are phenomenal. And I know that because I saw it with my own eyes every single day. When you have a detransitioner who's sitting across from a doctor at TCH, that doctor will do the right thing by that patient. It's not going to be easy because it's an entirely new field dealing with patients who've been harmed by these interventions. But I have full confidence that the doctors at TCH will be able to do it. And it's truly a remarkable thing. We'll see how it turns out, but I am very hopeful for it.
Well, we thank you, and I thank my producer, Henry, because you're such a busy guy, surgery, and you're under a lot of duress then for coming on originally. And again, my son, when he was 18 months, was in Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. I've talked glowingly over the years. There were several big court cases. As soon as they intervened, I said, go with what they say. But sadly, they have been captured by, we're told, a few activists. And there's a lot of money in this. And there's a New York Post story today, doctor, that says detransitioner shares sex change horror stories about doctors pressuring them as impressionable teenagers like used car salesmen.
It's probably so much worse than that headline even portrays. And, the important distinction I would want to make, too, is that it's true that these hospitals have been captured by a few radical activists, but it's important to understand the gravity of how the medical profession has changed. The average doctor these days in one of these children's hospitals at baseline is far left. These are people who kind of they aren't too smart, like they're probably good doctors, right? But they're not too intelligent in terms of the world, wisdom, right? And they kind of just go along with whatever is put in front of them. And right now, these children's hospitals overwhelmingly are controlled by a radical left-wing ideology. So it's not just a few activists. You have a good amount of doctors who they're good at taking care of, let's say, a congenital cardiac issue, right? Or leukemia, lymphoma, right? Average pediatric disorders. But when it comes to political issues, a lot of these doctors are totally nuts. And that has to change. It's going to take a long time. I think a lot of these doctors, especially the gender doctors, have to go to prison for a very, very long time. The ones who are taking care of children and adults. And then probably some of the administrators, too, have to go to prison. That's the only way. Because these people, they've been captured by, and not just a few, but a lot, have been captured by a radical ideology. The only thing that will move them away from that is showing these people what the consequences of crossing that line is. Conservatives, we have to use our authority to get these people under control because they've gone completely insane.
Doctor, thank you so much. So glad you're still practicing and you came out the other side and that you joined us. Hopefully to be continued as this advances. It is hopeful talking with you today. Thank you, Doctor, very much.
Thank you so much. I appreciate it.
All right, there's Dr. Heim. And again, thanks to Henry. Sometimes people will just casually say, wherever. Well, why don't you have X, Y, or Z on? You'd be amazed sometimes. It's like the FBI has to, help us to find the person. They want to come on. They just don't know it. And Dr. Heim here was a perfect example of he was going to go to jail at the 11th hour. He told you what happened. I can't explain fully Children's Hospital of Philadelphia. They're on the wrong side of everything here at this, though. And this detransitioning thing is a big plus moving forward. Again, we are winning on this issue. It's common sense. But the other side, there are enough that want to be in the world of unreality. And politically, go ahead. This will come up and continue to go up even in the midterms. All right, right now, though, it is a big moment in the show each day for a great prize. It is time for...
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where's all the money gone?
That is right. And today we're playing for 2 tickets to the Philadelphia Eagles training camp right around the corner. Their public practice presented by Blue Cross, Tuesday, August 25th, 6 p.m. at Lincoln Financial Field. The event will benefit the Eagles Autism Foundation. For tickets and more information, visit PhiladelphiaEagles.com/public practice.
Yeah, Dom. So today on the side question, we're asking for that all-time kid. And it was back in 1998. Britney Spears hit it big with Baby One More Time, which reached number 1 on the charts in over 20 countries and made her a superstar at just 16 years old. And Dom, it's been a while, but guess what? I'm going back to the well. Get your maps out, everybody. we've got a foreign cover for Friday.
Oh, no.
And it's a country.
Just what I was wishing for on a Friday. Oh, say it isn't so. Yes.
Yeah, so, I haven't done these in a while because I felt like I've done mostly every country all across the world.
That's right. Joe Pesci in Finland. Yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I believe I haven't hit this part of the world yet. I mean, I've been in countries neighboring it, but not quite this one. So I'm going to play you a cover of Baby One More Time today. I want to know the country of origin, or if you know the language, say the language. That'd be even more impressive. But I want to know the country of origin in which this cover comes from. So some things about this country in which this cover hails from. It's a very interesting country. It's got some interesting facts about it. It's home to the, a very particular lake, which will change its water flow based on the season. Springtime I might be flowing one way, fall time I might be flowing another way. And it's home to the biggest religious building in the entire planet. And this building, or monument, if you will, is on their flag. It is the only country in the world to have a building or a monument on their flag. And one more thing about this country, no one really keeps track of birthdays. No one keeps track of birthdays. Older or rural people in this country don't track or celebrate their birthdays. They just have no idea how old they are. And I'll give you one more. This country doesn't celebrate New Year January 1. No,
send Larry David there. Yeah,
mid-April. Mid-April. So you guys, it's this is your guys' kind of country saying Happy New Year in April. So I want to know the country or the language, if you can do it, that this cover of Baby One More Time comes from.
Is Britney Spears big in this country? Do we know?
I honestly wouldn't think Britney came there, and that's why this cover version was made, because they needed something.
Right.
So, yeah, again, like I said, biggest religious building in the world is in this country, and it's on their flag as well, and they don't celebrate New Year's until mid-April. Your guys' kind of country want to know where it is, what it is.
855-839-1210. That's how you do it. Jump in. You go off to the Eagles practice. More of your calls coming up, 855-839-1210. And again, thanks to Dr. Heim. This fight, he is a central player. Are we finally realizing, despite CHOP in the WNBA, the reality of this? Your calls are next. Talk Radio 1210.
It feels like every day there's something in the headlines that could make you wonder to yourself, is now even a good time to retire?
So many people are waiting, and those folks are going to be waiting a really long time, I hate to say, because there's no perfect time. The market is always unpredictable and volatile.
Fortunately, Jim Cipriotti has been helping people get to, through, and beyond retirement for over 28 years, and each week he wants to help give you that freedom to retire. Listen to Freedom to Retire with Jim Cipriotti Saturdays and Sundays at 6 a.m., 9 a.m., and 5 p.m. on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Flagship Car Wash is the new car wash in town. For a limited time, get our Top Express exterior wash for just $10. Just text FOAM, FOAM, to 90555 to claim your offer and see why everyone's choosing Flagship Car Wash. That's FOAM to 90555. By providing your phone number, you agree to receive automated text messages. Consent not required for purchase. The number of marketing communications may vary per month. Reply stop to cancel and help for help. Message and data rates may apply. Terms of use and privacy notice apply. See flagshipcarwash.com for details.
Your next vehicle doesn't have to break the bank. At Tri-County Toyota, lease a new 2026 Toyota Tacoma SR5 4-wheel drive for just $279 a month. Or drive away in a new 2026 Toyota Tundra with 2.99% APR. Find affordable pricing and monthly payments that fit your budget online at TriCountyToyota.com or in person at 15 D&L Drive. 3 counties, 1 priority. You. 36-month lease. $49.99 due at signing. 0 security deposit. With approved credit. Final prices include $4.90 doc fee plus tax, tag, title, and any other governmental charges. Expires August 31st, 2026.
Searching for a new path to wellness? Dr. Molly Fantasia explains how medical hydration therapy can help you reclaim your energy. Listen to Health Watch, Sunday mornings at 8 on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
See Joe Conklin at Parks Casino every third Thursday. It's Comedy Night. August 20th, headliner Taylor Mason. Get tickets at joeconklin.com. JoeConklin.com!
Hey, Dawn Stensland here. It has been a hot, muggy summer. All we want to do is stay cool. If you live in an older home or have a room in your home that doesn't have ductwork, do what we did. Call my guys, Marvin E. Cann's Heating, Cooling, and now Plumbing, who installed a Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning mini split in our home office. Total game changer, especially in this heat. Learn more about a Mitsubishi Electric heating and air conditioning unit. MarvinECans.com, MarvinEKanze.com. Tell them Dawn sent you.
This is Merrill Reese. When it comes to your roof, it's like football. Good planning is essential. That's why I've got a brand new gorgeous roof from Impriano Roofing. Jack Impriano and his 4 sons are a true family business, serving our area for 5 decades. Accountability plus. It's good to get a brand new roof from Impriano Roofing. Visit Impriano.com. That's Impriano.com. The best homes have an Impriano roof.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before. We now have more offices, more staff, and more lawyers than any other injury firm in the world, protecting America, fighting for you.
Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You're invited to the Invitation to Lexus Summer Sales Event at Lexus of Cherry Hill. Discover more than an exceptionally crafted vehicle. Experience everything a Lexus makes you feel, from exhilarating performance to inspiring electrification. Explore the redesigned 2026 Lexus IS and the all-new Lexus ES, available in hybrid and electric. Visit the family-owned, veteran-owned, 8-time J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence for the customer sales experience. Lexus of Cherry Hill. For J.D. Power Dealer of Excellence information, visit jdpower.com.
Free speech lives here with Kale and Company weekday mornings on Odyssey's #1 talk station, 1210 WPHT.
It's Dom's Money Melody.
Where has all the money gone?
Show me the money.
That is right. Every day, and we haven't had this for a while. Foreign language, country. All those usually castles and the number of trees and martinis. But we have it today. What country is this cover song coming from?
They celebrate New Year in mid-April, Dom.
All right. You know this country's out of bounds. Let's go to John in Folsom, PA. Ho, John, what country?
Cambodia.
Nicely done. All righty. All right, John. How did you know that?
My wife and I visited Thailand, and we took a trip to Cambodia.
Oh, okay. I'll put you on hold, John. You're the winner. Enjoy the Eagles practice. Anything more about that, Henry?
Yeah, the world's largest religious monument is the Angkor Wat, which is also on their flag. And like I said, yeah, they have the Khmer New Year, which takes place in mid-April to mark the end of the harvest season. And just another tidbit, if I needed to keep going, it's one of the few countries in the world that does not have a McDonald's.
Whoa.
That's shocking. I didn't think there were. Is it a cultural thing or just?
I guess.
Yeah. Okay, 855-839-1210. That is how you get on board. So I know it's talk radio chic or demand it that you have to gush over comedian Shane Gillis. You know, I know the canceling thing that happened, Saturday Night Live and all that. Well, what do we make about it that Shane Gillis, who sold out, I guess it was Citizens Bank. I don't think it was or was it the Link? May have been the Link, which is even
Link,
bigger.
yeah.
Yeah, okay,
That's
a lot. That may be a world record for a comedian.
I was there. I was.
Oh, you were? Okay. Oh, well, Henry, what do you make of it? This defender of and I get it. He suffered. Okay. He told Joe Rogan he stood outside in the rain rather than join other entertainers in the VIP viewing event for the UFC Freedom 250 because that would have meant having a photo with President Trump. He also said that he took a photo with him in the past, and he feels, I don't know if he said the word betrayed or not. Kind of surprising, is it not, that he who was canceled wouldn't take a picture with not that he has to, but in his words, he stood out in the rain.
Yeah. I don't know if it's surprising to say. I can understand, if you get another picture with him, that probably means just another year of people coming up to you and being like, you fascist, you whatever. And I can understand not wanting to deal with that anymore.
But he's a guy that, look, I have to go back and see exactly what he said, but, it's pretty edgy, to put it mildly.
Yeah, well, that doesn't, so he has to automatically be a Trump supporter then at that?
Well, no, not a Trump supporter, but don't go to the UFC event and, again, tell Joe Rogan you stood out in the rain rather than take a photo with Trump.
Yeah, that is kind of whack in itself saying that. Like, it's like, oh, woe is me a little bit, but.
Yeah.
Yeah, I kind of get not wanting to be in there in his position, I guess.
Okay. Again, the defense, now there will be, we know the real world, but the defense is it is the president. You're going to the UFC, which I believe is in town this weekend.
Yes.
I don't know. There are people that say the UFC will be one of the big four sports. They're not nuts that say that, are there?
Big four? No, I wouldn't say so. I mean, it could get, I don't know how much bigger it can get, but no, I wouldn't say it's going to.
Has it even replaced boxing?
Yeah, totally. Boxing's dead.
Boxing is bad,
I won't say it's dead. It's on life support. There's a few big stars, but for the most part, it's,
Yeah, well, I don't think these guys are household names either, other than the ones that break through because, they have a violent meltdown or they're in some other media, but just from the sport, I don't know about that. So
like you're saying to what? Just regular people? Are
I don't know that the UFC
are the top fighters.
The names. A lot of them are names that are pretty difficult usually.
Well, it's all the Dagestanis. Yeah, like Islam Makayev's going fighting this weekend. Yeah. Like I get that.
And where are they this weekend?
Here in Philadelphia.
Yeah, I know. But I mean, what facility?
The Xfinity Mobile Arena.
All right, and they sell that out.
Easily, I'd imagine. Yeah.
Okay. All right. So 855-839-1210. I just thought it was curious of Gillis, given now if he said, it's Trump and Trump is betrayed. I didn't hear the whole interview. I'm just going by the news clip that's here. The line, I stood in the rain rather than go in there because I know you're going to take a picture. How
romantic.
Yes, exactly.
Have a boombox as well.
Oh, God. All righty. 855-839-1210. We are looking for that all-time young person coming off International Youth Day. I've seen on Twitter, just amazing. My winner still might be, when I research this Taylor Wilson kid. Could he really have had a nuclear reactor at the age of 14? How's that possible? Why didn't somebody stop this?
Because I bet he said something to his parents, like, oh, I'm going to build a nuclear reactor. And his parents are probably like, yeah, sure, whatever. We know you're smart, but, like, come on, let's get real here. And he probably made it in the garage, and they're like, oh, man.
Healing down the block from this kid with a nuclear reactor. Come on over. We got the chemistry set out. All right, Michael in Wilmington, Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Michael, afternoon.
Hey, Dom, my good sir, how are you? And hello to the crew. Good to speak to everybody. And, some great topics that you've actually had today. So I appreciate you always taking my phone call. Just wanted to comment on, the whole detransitioning, down in Texas and the doctor you had. I mean, God bless that guy that he was able to go through, what he did facing God only knows what else as far as the, vilification from the media, potential jail time. all in the hopes of just trying to help these innocent children who were being exploited and taken advantage of in the most horrific ways, especially as we're seeing what's happening down at Philadelphia Children's Hospital, which is so disappointing to me. Always, feeling that was such a bastion of a great hospital helping children who were very sick. And I know you've mentioned many times that your son was there. I've had some close friends who's had to send their children there. It's really terrible what has transpired across the country. And luckily, at least Texas is having something to help these children detransition and having a good doctor like you interviewed. So I was very happy.
Well, thank
to hear
you,
that.
Michael. Yeah, I would say I'm putting together my top 5 disappointments in talk radio. Christie was one. As you know, I had 7 times I interviewed him. And then on the 8th, we got into hugging Obama. Oh, man. I can feel the cotton mouth coming over me telling you right now. I didn't know where I was. That's how fierce this was. If we were in the same room, we would have killed each other. I could tell. He tells this guy, I'm going to need more time with Dom today. And I was ready to say, you're blanking, and I'd have to bleep myself, going to need all eternity. But we thought he might come back. But Children's Hospital is a bigger disappointment. Remember the 12-year-old girl who this was the Obama administration and the Health and Human Services, the governor of Kansas, said no, they couldn't size an adult lung to fit her, so she was going to die. And Children's Hospital said they could, and instantly the judge said, do it. That's how much I tout them. But this is so wrong. This is so out of bounds. I don't care about all that anymore. I can't.
Yeah, Dom, I'm with you. I mean, I don't want to go too much longer on it, but I mean, again, these are just innocent children. These children are being really exploited or taken advantage of, and I'm with you. I don't know what's going on, who's really running that hospital in a very sinister way. That this is continuing to happen. Probably things we don't even know that are happening down there, but hopefully at some point this has got to stop, or some huge undercover like James O'Keefe investigation down at the Children's Hospital to expose a lot of this barbaric behavior. So that's just my 2 cents on
Michael.
that, Dom.
Who's your kid?
So Dom, my this kid, pretty famous in during the Christmas time, would be Ralphie Parker.
Ah, yes.
Who went through everything as a kid. I mean, crazy mom and dad, crazy younger brother. Had to basically, went to a crazy school where he's getting chased by Scott Fargus and Grover Dill, all to get the Red Ranger, Lone Ranger BB gun with the compass and the stock. But this kid went through everything just to get through the childhood, and just I think spoke to a lot of kids, in the movies for Christmas time growing up. Just got through everything as a child, through his whole life, parents, school, the whole thing. So he's kind of like a hero kid. That's my side, Dom.
All right, thank you. Ovaltine to you, Michael. Thank you very much. 855-839. That's right. You'll shoot your eye out.
Shoot your eye out, kid.
The Santa Claus, the elf pushing him down.
I don't find that movie very funny at all, but that scene I find hilarious. So he finally works up the courage, and he just blurts it out, and the Santa gives him a look. Just shoot your eye out, kid.
Yeah, Darren McGavin and the leg lamp. Oh, come on now. That's pretty good.
I watch that movie every year. I watch it every year.
Oh, yeah.
Best movie ever.
It was on 24 hours for a while.
They do it
every
year.
It's got a little bit off. Yeah. Okay. All-time child, all-time kid. I'm looking. Somebody sent me a picture of Mike Tyson. I don't think that quite. He was 19 in the picture, and I'm looking at 19-year-old Mike Tyson and thinking, "Oh my God, how did these guys ever fight this guy?" That's the courage to do that. That'd be a Noah and Ryan reference again. He's mad at you. You're stepping in at his height. And he doesn't care what happens at that point. Oh, my God. That's one of the most courageous things, to step in against some of these pitchers throwing over 100 who are wild. We've told the story. Ryan Doran was allegedly, somebody had a little drinking. The glasses were Coke bottles. I saw them in the window downtown when I got my first pair of glasses. They were greenish. They looked like the bottom of a Coke bottle. And they didn't know how hard he threw. And he was only a reliever. He never batted. He may have thrown 100 miles an hour. Willie Mays said, that's it. They don't pay enough. I'm not doing this. Stepping in the bucket, swinging 3 pitches. I'm striking out. That's it. Let me out of here. But Noah and Ryan, that's a different level. That guy pitching. Oh, my God. Or Randy Johnson in your John Kruk, left-handed hitter, and he throws it over your head.
I'd be so scared his two-seamer is going to kill me.
Yeah, when he threw it over his head. What the heck?
Yeah.
And he just stood on the mound looking at it. I'm like, I don't know where I am. I killed a bird. 855-839-1210. More calls coming up.
At Bradford White, we believe the products you rely on every day should be built with purpose. That's why we build water heaters for lasting performance and dependable comfort. Built right here in America, using the finest materials and components from around the world. Made to work as hard as you do. Reliable, energy efficient, built to last. Because hot water isn't a luxury, it's essential. Bradford White, built to be the best. Visit BradfordWhite.com to learn more.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Back to school season is here, and Dollar General has everything you need to start the school year strong. Don't forget to grab a pair of bright yellow sunglasses from the Yellow Glasses Project for just $2. Every purchase makes a difference, with 100% of proceeds helping support teachers, classrooms, and nonprofit organizations working to improve reading and literacy skills across the country. Stop by Dollar General today and shine bright with the Yellow Glasses Project, available now at Dollar General. The Yellow Glasses Project is a program of the Dollar General Literacy Foundation.
My name's Rodney Huber. This is my wife, Cynthia. We've been with Crash Proof since 2025.
For someone that's concerned about their financial future, I would encourage them to go to a Crash Proof retirement event. It's about education and the possibilities of your future. In 2026, we earned over 17%. Crash Proof Retirement, true to its word, has not charged us a single fee.
You know where you're at, you have a good idea where you're going, and it's going to be consistent. Crash Proof Retirement has given us the opportunity to keep our money safe and enjoy what this country and our hard work has provided. A 17% return is pretty damn good.
Schedule an appointment or register for our next event at Spring Mill Country Club in Ivyland, PA on Tuesday, August 18th. 800-722-9728 or crashproofretirement.com.
Tomorrow's 7:10 Phillies Twins game can be heard on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT. The Phillies are on Talk Radio 1210 WPHT tomorrow.
This is Len Lundy of Lundy Law. When we say we hope you're never injured in a slip and fall accident, we mean it. But if you suffer an injury, we will work quickly and tirelessly to get you the maximum compensation you deserve. And when we also say it won't cost you a dime up front, we mean it. Remember our name, Lundy Law. Your injury lawyers. Call 1-800-LUNDY-LAW or visit lundylaw.com.
Weather sponsored by H&K Group Incorporated.
Quiet conditions continue in the forecast through the afternoon. We'll have a mixture of sunshine and clouds. Still hot with a high of around 90 degrees. For tonight, partly cloudy skies with a low of around 72 for the city, a bit cooler in the suburbs. And then for Saturday, it stays dry with a mixture of sunshine and clouds, hot but not as humid with a high 88.
Start your new career with H&K Group Incorporated. H&K Group wants to offer you the opportunity to be part of the industry leader. 80 locations across Pennsylvania, New Jersey, and Delaware. Visit hkgroup.com and apply today. H&K does not discriminate.
Broadcasting live from the Piazza Premium Automobile Studios.
Powering your drive with 10 brands and 20 locations.
Talk Radio 1210 WPHT.
Okay, it is Dom time at 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board AT&T and Verizon Wireless. All you have to do is just push pound 1210, and we'll get you on board. Let me go to Bill in Bucks County because Brian Fitzpatrick and I agree on something. I put that in the opener today. It's shocking. Whoa. Sign of the apocalypse. Let's go to Bill. So, Bill, Brian has a bill that would forgive the taxes of the first $100,000 if you're in law enforcement. I agree with it. He wants to do it to recruit more. I want to do it because I support the idea that police have a job that demands some kind of benefit.
Yeah, I mean, there's nothing wrong with that incentive whatsoever. I mean, even Philadelphia has told police they could live outside the city now, as an incentive to recruit more people.
I wonder when that's out there, who's blocking it? Democrats?
I really don't. I don't know about that. I don't know who's blocking it right now. But Brian Fitzpatrick belongs to the caucus. Whatever that name of that caucus is he belongs to. I forget what it is.
Problem solvers.
Yeah, that's it. Problems out with him and Tom Suozzi out of New York. Right. So it's perfectly normal to do that. They do it for volunteer firemen out here in the county. I mean, it's certainly, standard procedure, really. And I think it's a good idea of him to do that. And like I said, I always bring up the Ronald Reagan 80-20 rule,
Well, this is the 98-2 rule. You're stretched. Let's let we agree on something. Let's get that back to the great man. What's your side, Bill?
Yeah, but one thing I don't agree on you with is AOC and him together. I really don't see that. Now, I know I watched the John Carl interview with her on an extended thing on Sunday. Apparently now she has a new awakening or whatever that is. I don't think they would match a pair. I think that Jackie Heinrich, who's the senior White House correspondent for Fox News, and he make a good pair.
Well, how about Jackie as the White House press person?
Well, that's fine. I mean, even President Trump has commented that Brian Fitzpatrick is a good congressman.
Okay.
Right?
You keep the ball
he has.
All right.
And you know that Johnson and Scalise and Kemmer and all the rest of them, they're all on his side.
Well, they come here for him. Yeah, they want to get him across the finish line. So what's your side, Bill?
Absolutely.
What's your side?
Oh, my side. My side is a member of the Partridge family from years ago. And he also was on a radio station in Philadelphia, which was Eagle 106. He has a DJ, and his name was Danny Bonaducci.
Yes, I did several shows with him, Henry. You know what it was like in studio with him? I was nuts. He was on every station, I think, in Philadelphia, if not the world.
Yeah.
Wow. I mean, at least 3 or 4 here, YSP, any number of them. All right, 855-839-1210. We're coming up on the lightning round. Hit us with that all-time kid. Hassan Piker, now today, calling upon the entire Democrat Party to stand up for him. He's saying, if you don't, Republicans are getting away with making Hassan Piker the issue, covering up from the real issues. Is this guy a piece of work? You got to love it if he starts to turn on them. He knows deep down how radioactive he is. I mean, he's shrewd enough, the game he's playing here. And Democrats got to know that, but they don't know what to do with him. So if you're campaigning with Hassan Piker, you might win in Mount Airy, maybe in New York City, but Hong in Wisconsin was unable to get over the finish line. The Thanksgiving thing, too, was part of it. One thing I wanted to play, this is cut 6, and I may stop it a little bit. Here is Sean Duffy. And if Republicans zone in on these things, take care of these things and publicize them. This is Duffy, the head of the Transportation Department, making the point of taking 26,000 trucks off the road because the drivers don't speak English. If that number's accurate. We knew these maniacs were out there. I'd have to dispute the number on the surface. Could it be 26,000 of these maniacs driving who can't speak English? Here's Duffy, I think, with Laura Ingraham.
Filed major lawsuits against the DOT and DHS, all because the Trump administration is demanding transparency. It's demanding the creation of and full access to a nationwide CDL database. This means the personal info of 17 million drivers to verify who's driving semis on our highways. These are weapons. And if the states don't turn over the information, well, millions in federal funding could be cut off. Here to tell us more, Secretary of Transportation Sean Duffy. Mr. Secretary, those videos are terrifying. I mean, these individuals, they can't understand basic signs, can't speak English. These trucks are dangerous. We all kind of feel the difference on the highways today. At least I do. I drive a lot. What are you all doing to make sure these blue states can't wiggle out of this, especially given this new filing?
So, Laura, really quickly, not only do they not speak English, many of them went to a sham driving school. So many of them aren't qualified. They don't have the skills and the knowledge to operate an 80,000-pound big rig on American roads. And so the DOT, we are entitled to get all of the DMV files from all of the states. It goes back to the 80s. I've asked all the states to provide that information to me. As you mentioned, 22 states, liberal states, have sued me to make sure I can't get that information because they know that we're going to take illegals off American roads. And so what's happening here is you have these liberal states actually siding with an illegal truck driver over the safety of an American citizen. It shows how perverse these radical leftists have become. And all we're trying to do, listen, there's a great debate happening on immigration. You and I share the same opinion with President Trump. This is basic safety, making sure that your roads are safe. But just to take a look back, we've taken 26,000 vehicles out of service because the drivers don't speak English. We've taken 30,000 drivers off the roads because their licenses were illegally issued. We have partnered with ICE. We're doing sting operations.
Okay, you stop it right there, Henry. All right, and he's talking about that's what I'm interested in. These companies, you've seen them advertise, whatever. If that's true, 26,000. And then he talks about other numbers who just can't drive a truck, essentially, that are out there on the highways. Jersey is one of those. Pennsylvania is one of those that are stonewalling this. They won't give up the information. So this battle is going to be joined, and we know the reason why. They're illegal. They shouldn't be anywhere near a truck, and we're putting everyone at risk. Republicans got to do a better job of documenting and publicizing this as we roll toward the midterms. Phone lines, though. It is the lightning round. Here's how we get the winner of the week. 855-839-1210.
Liberty is more than freedom. Liberty is the freedom to act with a purpose and for the greater good. It's the freedom to petition, pray, and peacefully assemble. Discover the complete story of liberty in America at the National Liberty Museum. Visit the latest exhibit, The Forgotten Freedom, American Assembly at 250. To learn more, visit libertymuseum.org. That's libertymuseum.org. Experience liberty, tested, shaped, and lived.
Summer's the season for fresh starts, and nothing transforms your home like a brand new kitchen. Since 1979, Kitchen Magic in Nazareth has been a family business built on quality and true craftsmanship. This summer, we're making it easier than ever. Save 40% on installation, plus flexible financing to fit any budget. 4 decades of local families have trusted us to get it right. Now it's your turn. Visit kitchenmagic.com and make this the summer your kitchen finally gets the upgrade it deserves.
It's time to harvest more from your savings this summer. Open a First Harvest Credit Union 15-month share or IRA certificate and earn 4.25% annual percentage yield. Don't wait. This summer harvest savings rate special won't last forever. Explore all your saving options at firstharvestcu.com/certificates, including our growth savings and growth checking accounts, or visit a branch near you. Membership restrictions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
When it comes to affordable term life insurance, everyone's whistling the Big Lou tune. If you're over 50, maybe a bit porky, or have type 2 diabetes, $1 million of term insurance may only cost about $200 a month. Even if you're not in perfect health, call Big Lou, because he specializes in finding big chunks of affordable term life insurance for just about everyone. Don't let diabetes or other health glitches keep you from owning $500,000 to $1 million or more of term life insurance. For affordable term life insurance, call Big Lou. Don't hesitate. Call 800-700-6898, 800-700-6898, or visit biglou.com.
Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Call Big Lou, don't hesitate. 800-700-6898. Visit biglou.com.
You can listen to Talk Radio 1210 WPHT on the iHeartRadio app.
The time has come for the final test.
We usually call it the lightning round.
That is right, International Youth Day. We're looking for that all-time kid. Get your name into the hat. We pull the winner out, and away we go. 855-839-1210. That's how you get on board. Bill in Montco on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Bill.
Hey, Dom, how are you?
Very well, Bill.
I'll make it real quick. My side question, a name of a child prodigy that is so big that he has two names, Wolfgang Amadeus Mozart, and you can say either Amadeus or Mozart, and we'll know exactly who you're talking about.
Yeah, pretty hard to beat Mozart, and you got to feel for Amadeus. The play was
Salieri, you mean?
Salieri, yeah. Well, wasn't the play named Amadeus?
The movie's called Amadeus.
Amadeus, right? Yeah.
Great
Robert,
movie, by the way.
Robert in Ben Salem, who really answered honestly yesterday about dating AOC.
Right.
He's got the diner picked out somewhere. Let's go to Robert. Hey, Robert.
Hey, Dom Henry, it's good to talk to you guys today, and only if she has duct tape, Dom. Dom, you know them taser gloves are coming out with?
Yes.
Okay, I support those, and I think they should have two settings: a medium setting for the illegal immigrant and an ultra-high setting for the American idiots that are fighting ICE in the street. I would like to see them get zapped so bad their jail cell glows. You know what I mean?
Whoa. Well, I just see this is going to be fraught with difficulty, but we'll just the idea of it, of the taser gloves is too much money to spend, I think.
We can have some fun with it, though, Dom.
Yeah.
But I'll get right to my side question. It is a tale of youthful hubris. The child's name was Icarus. His father was Daedalus, the famed Greek inventor. They were trapped in a tower on Crete by King Minos. Daedalus fashioned wings out of feathers and wax and told his son, do not fly too low or too high. Him being a young guy, he flew up as high as he could. The sun melted the wax, and he fell into the sea and drowned. So it is the tale of youthful hubris, and my answer is Icarus. And you guys have a great weekend, okay?
All right. I think you got to do a little footnote there. That seems like a Zeno story that was dragged up there. I love that phrase, though. He flew too close to the sun for anybody.
Yeah.
When they do. Yeah, that is a great story. Phil in Delaware on Talk Radio 1210. All right, Phil, what's yours today?
Hey, happy Hanukkah. Real quick, I think you should be the spokesperson for AOC. You don't have to date her, but I think you'd be perfect. You dance really quick, and you can make anything look good. So I got faith in you. Go for it.
Oh, well, Ro would dispute my dancing style. She leads. I hate to admit it, but there you go. Well, she's a good dancer. Really good. Makes it difficult for her, yes.
Nice save.
Yeah.
So, yeah, my side question answer is someone that was a child of yesteryear, and he basically Richie Rich, somebody the kids idolized and wanted to be like. We have no children that the kids want to be like today. They want to be sociologists. They want to go through school doing nothing.
All right, Richie Rich. Okay. Lance in South Philly on Talk Radio 1210. Hey, Lance.
How you doing, Dom? I'll be quick. I would take AOC on a date. I'd take her to Red Lobster, and she wouldn't want to be seen picking out the biggest lobster.
Wow.
Very nice.
She wouldn't want to be seen picking out the biggest one. Also, Governor Shapiro appears in Meek Mill's rap video as the nerdy white guy. He just comes out of nowhere, and he even brings a bodyguard onto the scene, into the rap video. You got to look at it.
I heard that he was in there, and was he wearing his white sneakers?
I think they were tan. He had on blue Docker high waters, his nerdy glasses. He was out of place, and he comes out of nowhere.
Well, Lance, you talk about nerdiness.
He disappeared.
When I'm in the spin room, he's standing there with the Pennsylvania flag running in with 100 people behind him to the spin room in the 2024 election. All-time nerdiness, Governor.
Oh,
Great touch. Pennsylvania
100%
flag.
nerd.
Yeah.
Nice. And my guy is Tiger Woods. I remember him on That's Incredible as a child prodigy as the golfer.
Oh, yeah. Without a doubt. And his secret sauce, it's not just a physical ability. In golf, he stared other guys down. You know, back in the day, Lee Trevino and all would have laughed if he'd done that. And Jack Nicklaus, not these guys. They meld it big time. Just couldn't handle it. Talent, too. But
oh, yeah.
It's the aggressiveness. Phil Mickelson, no shot.
There's the finesse and the power. It's like,
Yeah,
I didn't know you could do both.
Yep, exactly. Drew, going to the well with this one. Hey, Drew in Upper Darby, who's yours?
Hey, Tom, thanks a lot. You know what? I like to keep it simple. I know I don't have much to offer, but, you know, Tom, during World War II, it was hard to find really good baseball players. So at the age of 14, a player by the name of Joe Nuxhall, he made the major leagues, and he had a decent career, and he went on to be the Cincinnati Reds radio broadcaster for 40 years.
What age did he join the bigwigs?
14 or 15, somewhere there.
Oh,
Joe
man.
Nuxhall.
Can you imagine today the world, what it would be like? That's true. And I don't know if he pitched an over here. He did well at that age.
Really?
Oh, yeah. All right, we're a little bit crunched for time. Sorry, Richard of Summerdale had a great one. I'll throw in Nicholas Sandman, and Earl of Tacony, King David. All right, Kirk, what did you like today?
I'm going to go with Pete from Southwest Philly with Jay North, or better known as Dennis the Menace.
That was a real good one. Mm-hmm. Yeah, Dennis the Menace, top of the line. How about yours, Henry?
I always say if you're known by one name, you're really famous. And to be known by one name twice, I think makes you very famous. So I'm going to go with Bill and Montco and Mozart.
Okay. I'm going to go with Dennis. Mozart, obviously, is a seminal figure. But, the side question is not – that's one of the greatest in history. Shocking. Louis Braille, was blind. I didn't know that, and invented Braille because of that at the age of 14 or 15.
Yeah, what else are you going to do?
Yeah.
So we're doing Dennis the Menace?
So Dennis the Menace. Let's put them into the hat.
All right, quickly. So Monday, we asked for that all-time photo. Bill and Bucks with Mick Jagger and Tina Turner. Tuesday, we asked for things associated with the farm. Robert and Ben Salem went with riding the baler. Wednesday, we asked for something you associate with a name. David in Lexington said Southern. You think of the accent. Yesterday, we asked for that all-time most popular thing. Robert and Ben Salem won again with blue jeans. And you just heard it here. Pete in Southwest Philly won with Dennis the Menace today. Put all those into the hat here. All right, so number 5, Pete in Southwest Philly, this week's winner.
Pete, great impersonation. Mm-hmm. Nice work on Wilt. And enjoy the Eagles' big-time practice to benefit their autism cause. Have a great weekend, everyone. We are back on Monday. Mike Opelka rounds out the week, 3 until 6, to take you home today. Follow me on Twitter at DomShow1210, at DomShow1210. All that, Talk Radio 1210, WPHT.
The working families of Long Island neighbors.
In just 15 minutes a day, Babbel will have you speaking conversationally in as little as 3 weeks.
Yes. Oh, you're so sweet.
Get up to 50% off on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's 50% off at BABBEL.com.
Julia owed the IRS thousands.
I ate with